Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honourable Senators, Senator Amrita Deonarine has requested leave of absence from today's sit-in. The leave the member seeks is granted. Honourable Senators, former Senator Dr. Lester Henry passed away on Tuesday, October the 25th, 2022. I now invite members to offer tributes. Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam President. While it gives me no joy, I rise today to pay tribute to a friend and colleague with whom I shared both a professional and personal relationship, Senator the Honorable Dr. Lester Henry, whose passing we memorialize today was a walking encyclopedia on economic matters and never hesitated to share his acumen with those of us whose areas of expertise were outside the realm of economics and monetary policy. This Senate will long remember Lester as the PNM's chief protagonist in economic issues, and his scholarship can be found in the 57 bills to which he contributed, the 19 motions which he debated, and the 13 committees on which he sat during the span of his tenure in the 10th and 11th Republican parliaments. But those of us on this side who knew Lester loved him and now ache because of his passing. We knew him for more than the bills to which he contributed. We knew him as a colleague, as a father, as a husband, as a mentor to so many, as a man capable of breaking down the most complex of economic situations into understandable pieces, but most importantly, as a friend. I met Lester when he was appointed an opposition senator in the 10th Parliament, and our friendship bloomed over the years, so that even when we no longer shared these benches, he was still a friend. And so I came to know him as the brother who would casually sit with me for coffee, listening to my stories, allowing me to vent, and then, with just a few words, capture not only the essence of how I felt, but the direction he thought that I should follow. Lester's many contributions in this august chamber demonstrated his affinity to those who found themselves in the constituency of the rejected, in the band of the unheard. Ever mindful of his own upbringing, he would often say that his senatorial work was to give a voice to those who were not heard, to add another rung to the ladder of opportunity for the dispossessed, and to make real the dream of people like his father, Ferdy Ferreira, to make Trinidad and Tobago into the blessed republic in which he had boundless faith. Lester was the political product of an age when the joy and nobility of politics prevented differences of party, platform, and philosophy from becoming barriers to cooperation and mutual respect. A time when adversaries still saw each other as patriots. It is unfortunately a spirit so sorely lacking in our time that there are few who would truly and honestly yearn to occupy a vacant seat. And so, while the country is poor for his absence and the light of this Senate is dimmed by the loss of his brilliance, it is Lester's generous heart we will miss. I mourn for my friend and brother, not for the fact that he was a senator, but for the void he has left in this country. We mourn for our friend, not because he has been taken from us, but because his absence reveals the stark reality of what he has left behind. Lester's passing was a shock to all who knew him well, but it has served to drive home the reality of our mortality, that none of us gathered here today can know with any certainty how much longer our stay in this realm will be. What we can do, though, is to embrace the opportunity and gift of each new day, to live our lives as best as we can, with purpose, with love, and with joy. We can use our time here in this Senate to treat each other with the same kindness and respect that we wish for ourselves. We can utilize our time to truly be of service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and not only for those whose support brought us here. We can all seek to learn from our mistakes, because none of us is without fault, and grow from our failures. And we can strive collectively to make Trinidad and Tobago a better place. Hopefully, if one day we are blessed with the opportunity to look back at our time in this space, we will know that we spent it well, that we made a significant difference, and that our fleeting presence did have a lasting impact on the lives of others. After all, this is how Lester lived. That is his legacy. Lester Henry has returned to his Maker, guided by his faith and the light of those in whose footsteps he walked, leaving us, his wife, and their 4 children, to grieve his passing. But we do so with the memories he left us, confident that the good he has done will live on long after him, not only because it is captured in Hansard, but more importantly, in the hearts of all who loved him. So on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, we extend condolences to his family and friends and pray that they will be strengthened and comforted at this time. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, less than 1 year and 6 months ago, we collectively mourned the passing of the then leader of the government bench, the late Franklin Khan, mere 63 years of age. Today we are mourning from within our midst in the Senate a second young man, a mere 61 years of age, Dr. Lester Henry. On behalf of the opposition bench, I would like to express our collective grief on the untimely passing of Dr. Lester Henry, former senator. He was becoming a veteran and establishing his own legacy in this honorable house prior to his demise. Quiet, steady, yet unassuming, Dr. Lester Henry contributed to our country and to our Senate in a very meaningful and critical way. And Madam President, this was manifested in his many contributions during his service to this Honorable Senate, both in the 10th and the 11th Parliament. I would like especially to extend our condolences to his family, and particularly to his father, Ferdy Ferreira, who I reached out to on behalf of the opposition to record our condolences on the passing of his son. Madam President, we know that Leicester contributed enormously to several bills, as is recorded in our Hansard records. A total of 44 bills in the 10th Parliament he intervened and contributed to. In the 11th Parliament, he also contributed to several bills, motions. He also served on several joint select committees, permanent. I remember serving with him on the JSC on state enterprises. He also contributed to, well, his knowledge, that is, to several ad hoc committees, Madam President. So he, that is Leicester, played his part, left his mark, no pun intended, made his contribution to our Senate and by extension, our nation. Madam President, once again, on behalf of the opposition, we record our collective condolences to his family, and we pray that the angels would safeguard his entry into the realm of heavenly glory, and may his soul rest in perpetual peace and rise in eternal glory. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Dr. Henry and I had an interesting way of greeting each other in the corridors of these hollowed halls. He would see me and say, "Tall man." I'd say, "Yeah, short man." He'd say, "Give me some of that height now." I'd say, "When you give me some of that brain." He may have been short in stature, but he was an intellectual giant. He was a patriot. Unfortunately, he passed away just days after his 61st birthday. He was, of course, a senator, a son, a husband, a father of 4 children, an academic, a scholar, and a colleague who worked up to the day before his passing, his untimely passing. As has been stated previously, he would have contributed to numerous bills, 57, 13 committees he sat on, and many motions he would have contributed to. Academically, he was, of course, a senior lecturer in economics at UWI St. Augustine campus. He taught monetary theory and policy, history of economics thought, monetary issues in economic development. He was also assistant chief examiner at Cape Economics. He would have sat and contributed to the minimum wage board between 2008 and 2010. And of course, he was an economist of great note throughout the Caribbean, recently appointed and working on the board of NGC. He served as an opposition senator for the PNM during the period of June 18th, 2010 to June 17th, 2015, and then was appointed as a government senator for the period September 23rd, 2015 to July 3rd, 2020 in the 11th Republican Parliament. He would have made significant contributions to the DNA Bill 2011, the Anti-Gang Bill 2010, the Appropriation Financial Year 2011, 2010, 2012, 2013, and 2014, and the Bail Amendment Bill 2010 and 2013, among many others. While we know him as a colleague here, he was a consummate teacher and educator. He would sit with you for hours on end, regaling you with his knowledge, freely sharing his knowledge on economics and national development at that. He thought the best of Trinidad and Tobago. He was an optimist and a pure patriot who really saw the great potential economically of Trinidad and Tobago, but more so the human potential, which is why he always, in his conversations with me, spoke to why he loved education and educating and lecturing so much. Because he said what our responsibility was to ensure that the next generation did better than we did to fulfill the potential of this beautiful Trinidadian state, which we have the honor of being birthed in. I had the opportunity to reach out to his father because, like many of us, when I saw the news of his passing, I actually didn't think, I thought it was fake news, as they say. I didn't believe it because one is not thinking in that realm for somebody as vibrant as Dr. Henry was. And his father, condolences to him and his family, said, yes, it is true. In his calm, stoic manner, said, well, he did what he had to do. He worked up to the day before, and his family and the country have lost him. So on behalf of the members of the independent bench, we first send our deepest condolences to his wife, his father, his children, his colleagues, and his friends. But more so, to thank him for his service and to thank them for loaning him to us for so many hours, making valuable contributions to this Senate and to Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, today we pay tribute to someone who served in this chamber for 10 years as an opposition and government senator in the 10th and 11th Parliament, respectively. I have listened to the tributes paid to Dr. Henry here today and over the past 2 weeks, and they all speak in the same voice to Dr. Henry's passion, his commitment, and his enduring belief in the innate ability of the people of Trinidad and Tobago to improve their circumstances. Having listened, I now wish to join with you in paying tribute to the late Dr. Lester Henry, who was someone who loved his political party, his work as an academic and an economist, his country, and his family. Here in this chamber, I remember his contributions as having been passionate, yet tinged with humor. His presentations were object lessons in how to be vocal without being vituperative. His death was a shock to us all and serves to remind us that tomorrow isn't promised to any of us. Still, there is a sense that in the way that he lived his life, Lester Henry filled every minute granted to him with 60 seconds of distance run and left nothing unsaid and nothing undone. To his family who mourn him as a father, husband, and son, we extend our deepest condolences and we thank them for the support they gave to him as he gave of himself to his country. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Senators, I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. Thank you, Honourable Senators. Honourable Senators, the Clerk will convey to the family of Dr. Lester Henry all of the sentiments that have been expressed here today. Honourable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. November the 4th, 2022, Dear President of the Senate, establishment and appointment of members to joint select committees. I wish to advise that at a sitting held on Friday, November the 4th, 2022, the House of Representatives agreed to the following resolutions. Resolved, that the Representation of the People Amendment number 2 Bill 2020 be referred to a joint select committee hereby established. That this committee be mandated to adopt the work of the joint select committee in the second session and report by the 31st of March 2023. And that subject to the concurrence of the Senate on the establishment of the joint select committee on the Representation of the People Amendment number 2 Bill 2020, the House appoint the following 6 members to sit with an equal number from the Senate on this committee. Mrs. Camille Robinson Regis, MP, Mr. Colm Imbert, MP, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, MP, Ms. Shamfa Kajou, MP, Mr. Saddam Hussein, MP, Mr. Devendranath Tanku, MP. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the Senate be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience, please. Thank you. Respectfully, the Honourable Bridget Mary Anisette George, MP, Speaker of the House. Honourable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 79-2, I have appointed the following members to serve on the sessional select committees of the Senate for the 3rd session 2022-2023 12th Parliament. Standing Orders Committee. Ms. Christine Kangaloo, Chairman, Mr. Nigel De Freitas, Member, Dr. Amory Brown, Member, Dr. Wade Mark, Member, Dr. Varma Deyalsingh, Member. House Committee, Dr. Amory Brown, Chairman, Ms. Donna Cox, Member, Ms. Laura Lizama Lee Singh, Member, Ms. Julian John, Member, Dr. Maria Dillon Remy, Member. Committee of Privileges. Ms. Christine Kangaloo, Chairman, Mr. Nigel De Freitas, Member, Mr. Randall Mitchell, Member, Ms. Julian John, Member, Ms. Amrita Deonarayan, Member. Statutory Instruments Committee, Ms. Christine Kangaloo, Chairman, Mr. Rohan Sinanan, Member, Mrs. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, Member, Ms. Jayanti Lakshmi Dayal, Member, Mr. Evans Welch, Member. Business Committee, Ms. Christine Kangaloo, Chairman, Dr. Amory Brown, Member, Ms. Paula Gopiskun, Member, Mr. Wade Mark, Member, Mr. Paul Richards, Member.
Brought from the House of Representatives on the supplemental order paper, the Finance Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 62-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
Attorney General.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The second report of the Sentencing Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the period February 2019 to February 2020. The third report of the Sentencing Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the period February 2020 to February 2021. And the 11th annual report of the Police Complaints Authority for the period October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam President.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers listed on the order paper in my name. the annual audited consolidated financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. Thank you.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers listed on the order paper in my name. The response of the Personnel Department to the third report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the implementation of the recommendations of the 24th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the processing of payments of pension and gratuity of retired public officers and contracted employees. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The sessional report of the second session 2021-2022, 12th Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of Health. The annual administrative report of the Office of the Prime Minister for the period October 2017 to September 2018. The annual report of the First Citizens Depository Services Limited, formerly First Citizens Asset Management Limited, for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The annual reports of Taurus Services Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2020 and 2021. The annual audited financial statements of National Flour Mills Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2021. The annual audited financial statements of Estate Management and Business Development Company for the financial years ended September 30th, 2013, 2014, and 2015. The annual audited financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The annual audited financial statements of Development Finance Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2021. The annual audited financial statements of Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the years ended December 31st, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. The annual audited financial statements of the National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited for the years ended December 31st, 2019, and 2020. The annual audited financial statements of National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2021. The annual audited financial statements of Portfolio Credit Management Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2020. The annual audited consolidated financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago the annual audited consolidated financial statements of Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2019. The annual audited consolidated financial statements of Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2016. The annual audited financial statements of National Infrastructure Development Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2018. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Superior Regional Corporation for the years ended September 30th, 2014 and 2015. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the statement of recovery of expenses of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for the year ended December 31st, 2021. The ministerial response of the Ministry of National Security to the 5th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2014, with specific reference to the Ministry of National Security, and the ministerial response of the Ministry of Health to the 12th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2016.
Reports from committees.
Senator Ibrahim.
Madam President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The 3rd report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity, 3rd session 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on an inquiry into the discrimination faced by persons with mental illness and the ability to access quality mental health.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm pleased to report to the Senate that the government is prepared to answer all of the questions on the order paper today.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 2 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you, Madam President. Responding on behalf of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, in the 3rd quarter of 2019, Heritage issued a request for proposals in connection to the Southwest Soldado field to all upstream players of significant scale already operating in this country. 3 companies responded to the RFP: EOG, Perenco, and Repsol, and as part of the RFP process, were granted access to the virtual data room, which contained the relevant data sets required to identify prospects in the Southwest Soldado field and inform a detailed development plan for the area. However, at the end of the RFP process on January 6, 2020, Heritage received no formal proposals from these 3 companies. Shortly thereafter, toward the end of January 2020, EOG submitted a proposal to Heritage which addressed elements which were the subject of the RFP, together with proposals addressing undrilled greenfield areas surrounding Southwest Soldado. Heritage subsequently engaged in discussions with EOG related to its January 2020 proposal, which culminated in a firm proposal being submitted by EOG in September 2020. Heritage's tender rules allow for a sole select procurement approach in these types of situations where there is limited appetite or capacity within the marketplace. Pursuant to paragraph 3.1.14 of the State Enterprise Performance Monitoring Manual, approval was sought by Heritage from its line ministry, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and the Ministry of Finance. Via a letter dated January 21st, 2021, Heritage requested from the aforementioned entities permission to enter into agreements inclusive of a farm-out agreement and a joint operating agreement with EOG for EOG to farm into a portion of the Heritage acreage within the offshore Trinidad Northern Areas Exploration and Production License, known as the Soldado Fields, to conduct exploration and development works. On March 19, 2021, Heritage received approval from the Minister of Finance under review by the relevant public officers of that ministry, subject to the finalization of said agreements and the consent of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Heritage and EOG executed both the farm-out and joint operating agreements on March 24, 2021, and the deed of assignment on July 26, 2021. Heritage subsequently received consent from the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries on July 26, 2021, coterminous with the effective date of the deed of assignment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can I ask through you to the Minister if you can explain to the Senate on what basis did Heritage Petroleum arrive at this decision that there was no further appetite for this particular project dealing with exploration and production of the Soldado field, having regard to the fact that there was no further attempt for requests for proposals. Can the Minister explain, Madam?
Minister.
Madam President, as was very clearly and transparently elucidated at the end of the RFP process on January 6, 2020, Heritage received no formal proposals from the companies, and that is the response to the question by the Senator.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, in light of Heritage not receiving any further requests, can I ask through you to the Minister, why did Heritage not pursue a second round of requests for proposals so that we would be in a better position to determine, right, whether or not, Madam President, there was any further interest in this particular project?
Minister.
Madam President, a key factor in this matter is the priority the government places on increasing production of petrochemicals on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam President,
Senator Mark.
Can the Minister indicate that the government is prepared to sacrifice accountability and transparency in these very sensitive decisions?
Is not allowed. You have one more.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether those agreements that have been arrived at between Heritage and EOG are going to be made available to the public by those documents being tabled in the both houses of Parliament?
Madam President, I'm not able to give such a commitment at this time, but the information already presented contributes to the government's transparency on the matter of this particular process.
Senator Mark.
Question number 9 to the Attorney General.
Number 8.
Yes, my error. I beg your pardon.
Sure.
Question number 8 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Madam President, the response to question number 8 as filed by my colleague, Senator Wade Mark, is as follows. The placement and employment of government scholars is governed by a cabinet-approved policy as contained in Cabinet Minute number 376, February 2014. That policy is subject to certain approved terms and conditions. There is also in existence a draft Memorandum of Understanding detailing the expected rules and responsibilities of scholarships and advanced training division, Ministry of Education, the employer, and the ministry organization placement, and the scholar employed as an associate professional. Pursuant to the aforementioned draft Memorandum of Understanding, the ministry, in performing its roles and responsibilities, shall, among other things, consider where possible to employ the associate professional in long-term employment positions during or upon consideration of the existing contract term, subject to the scholar's performance, and advise the Ministry of Education accordingly. It is the practice that the government scholars, associate professionals who complete their obligatory service in the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs are offered fixed-term contracts upon completion of their obligatory service and are absorbed in departments or units within the ministry as required. As at this date, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry are in the process of finalizing this Memorandum of Understanding.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, may I ask the Honorable Attorney General whether in finalizing this Memorandum of Understanding that he referenced in his contribution, whether competitive recruitment of those said personnel that he mentioned would be considered in placing these associate professionals into the positions as outlined.
Senator, it would be premature of me at this time to anticipate a process which is in train, and I would await the finalization of that draft memorandum by the relevant ministry professionals.
Madam President, can I ask the Honorable Attorney General whether he can share with us how many associate professionals, scholars, would have benefited from this fixed term contract upon the completion of their service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago to fill those positions.
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
You wouldn't allow that question. Madam President, can the Honorable Minister indicate whether there is any time frame for the conclusion of this Memorandum of Understanding between the Ministry of Education and his office?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Mark, my colleague, the process is in transition and all relevant personnel are working assiduously to complete that process.
No, that's it, Senator Mark, for that.
Thank you.
And then next question.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Madam President,
Senator
I think
Mark,
the next question is
my
question
apologies.
9.
My apologies. You have one more question you can ask.
Okay. Yeah, Madam President, I was about to ask the Attorney General if he can explain or share with this Honorable Senate how long or what period of service are we speaking about as it relates to those associate professionals who have now transitioned to Legal Counsel 1 on fixed-term contracts. In other words, how long have these persons been in those offices pending the conclusion of this Memorandum of Understanding between parties?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question.
Yeah, question number 9, I believe, Madam President, to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. In answer to the question posed by my colleague, Senator Mark, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs has been in ongoing consultations with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Ministry of National Security on the issue of errant police officers being held personally liable for damages awarded in malicious prosecution cases. On the 3rd of March 2021, the Ministry of the Attorney General held a meeting with the Police Complaints Authority, the PCA, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Commission, Police Service, to discuss the amendments to the Police Complaints Authority Act. At that meeting, a proposal to amend the State Liability and Proceedings Act was briefly mentioned. The concern shared by all persons in attendance was that police officers should be given some burden of paying awards of damages for which they are currently insulated under the Act. On that date, the PCA wrote to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service on the matter. The Police Service subsequently wrote to the Attorney General's Ministry on the 14th of June 2021. The Australian legislative framework from 3 different states were referenced for consideration, whereby police officers are held liable in civil proceedings to pay damages in certain circumstances. The position in the state of Victoria, in particular, was of note, since under Section 74(2) of the Victoria Police Act, the state is liable for all police torts unless it can be established that the conduct giving rise to such a tort was serious and willful misconduct. The matter is currently at the policy development stage, and the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs is considering a proposal which seeks to create a police tort, T-O-R-T, similar to what is provided for in the state of Victoria, or alternatively, to widen the scope of the State Liability and Proceedings Act, Chapter 8, Number 2, which is currently limited to negligence claims, to encompass all actions brought in tort against the state. In this regard, the government is yet to have a finalized decision on this matter.
Senator Mark?
Madam President, through you, given the plethora of judgments by our judges as it relates to police officers who maliciously prosecute innocent citizens, and then the taxpayers having to foot those costs, can the minister indicate, given this situation that is untenable, what time frame is the Attorney General anticipating for the conclusion of this policy paper so that a final decision can be taken, so legislation can be brought to the Parliament consistent with what you have just said in the state of Victoria or along lines?
Okay, Attorney, I think the Attorney General
Yes.
has gotten the...
Thank you.
Attorney General?
Madam President, Senator Mark, as I think you appreciate from the previous answer which I've given, this is a matter of research. Policy development is a careful, thought-through process. There are precedents which have to be looked at and examined in the national context, and it would be, again, premature for me to prescribe a time, but I can give the assurance that it is being worked on assiduously.
Madam President, through you again. Honorable Attorney General, are you contemplating, or is the government contemplating, looking at any interim solutions pending the conclusion of the policy decision to reduce, mitigate that level of exposure that taxpayers are subjected to owing to these errant police officers? Any consideration of any interim measures to reduce or to mitigate that particular liability that is falling upon the state?
Senator Mark, that question will not be allowed.
Okay. Well, Madam President, before I leave the podium, I just wanted to ask you if through you I can either raise it after all the questions have been exhausted, so we can go to written answers. Can I do it at the end of the question period?
I'll just let the Leader of Government business be made aware of the fact that he hasn't accounted for the written questions. So at the end of the questions for oral answer, we'll treat with that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam.
Next question, Senator Lakshmi Deyal.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 48 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. Illicit trade is a global phenomenon, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago is cognizant of the impact of such activity, which not only results in the loss of tax revenue, but also undermines legitimate local business activities and exposes consumers to potential health risks from substandard products. Cabinet in March 2021 approved the National Action Plan to combat illicit trade in consumer goods in Trinidad and Tobago, which formulates a holistic and coordinated approach to addressing illicit trade in consumer goods locally. The action plan prescribed inter alia the establishment of a multi-agency anti-illicit trade task force, development of recommendations aimed at counteracting illicit trade through the establishment of working groups within the AITTF, and the design and implementation of a public awareness campaign. The Anti-Illicit Trade Task Force was created to coordinate the implementation of measures approved under the National Action Plan. Its core membership comprises representation from key ministries, including the Ministries of Trade and Industry, National Security and Health, as well as the Customs and Excise Division, Financial Intelligence Unit, Intellectual Property Office, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Trinidad and Tobago Bureau Standards, the private sector, namely the TTMA and the TTC Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and one non-governmental organization, Crime Stoppers Trinidad and Tobago. The AITTF commenced work in May 2021 and has held 6 meetings to date. Enforcement agencies, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Customs and Excise Division, have been conducting raids, seizures, and the enforcement of penalties for illegally traded goods. One such initiative is the work of the multi-agency task force under the watch of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The MATF comprises various regulatory and law enforcement agencies and conducts operations in the area of illicit trade, utilizing a multi-pronged approach to tackle offenders. The MATF has conducted various seizures of consumer goods items, including alcohol and cigarettes. And during the period July 2020 to June 2022, the MATF conducted several illicit tobacco operations throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and a total of 10,087 packs of varying brands of cigarettes were seized. Additionally, the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association operates an illicit trade desk in collaboration with several private sector organizations that are commonly affected by illicit trade. The desk focuses on initiatives geared towards mitigating illicit activities and its associated consequences on the economy, business community, and citizens in the domestic market. And as part of the AITTF, the Intellectual Property Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs plans to create an IP enforcement unit within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And in this regard, the Intellectual Property Office has commenced the development of training sessions on intellectual property enforcement and prosecution with Customs and Excise Division and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The ITTF has also begun work towards the establishment of MOUs and of an MOU between the public and private sector participants of the AITTF. To aid in the fulfillment of its mandate, there is established 4 sectoral working groups to develop recommendations aimed at counteracting illicit trade in specific consumer goods in the first instance, namely alcohol, tobacco, cleaning agents, and pharmaceuticals. And to date, 13 meetings have been convened by the working groups. The groups have been working alongside subject matter experts from both the public and private sector to propose a range of solutions to address the issue. The recommendations aim to improve the policy and legal framework, curb the supply of illegal goods, encourage a reduction in consumer demand, enhance transparency in the fight against illicit trade, and improve the customs environment. And some recommendations include to introduce more severe penalties, intensifying border control and security, institutional strengthening of state agencies to enable more robust enforcement, improving communication between legitimate importers and law enforcement agencies, mechanisms for the collection and collation of data on illicit trade, training and education, policy reform, and strengthening interagency and institutional collaboration. In addition, the AITTF has established a working group to review national legislation such as the Forgery Act, the Tobacco Control Act, and Standards Act, so that illicit trade issues are appropriately addressed in these laws. And this working group will also consider specialized legislation aimed at combating illicit trade.
Minister, your time has expired. Senator Lakshmi Deyal.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, in March 2021, you stated at a press conference that the 26 measures identified in the action plan would be implemented over a period of 1 year commencing May 2021. Can you tell us exactly how many of those 26 measures to date, 18 months later, have actually been implemented?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Several of them, as a matter of fact, including several of them, including the launch of its National Illicit Trade Awareness Campaign That campaign is focused on improving the identification of illegal goods and building awareness of the impact of illicit trade on all players in the economy. The campaign consists of social media outreach, a series of webinars, as well as print and digital media activities. And the social media campaign includes infographics explaining illicit trade, its impact, and measures to detect illicit trade. And in September 2022, print and radio campaigns focused on the 4 key areas were also launched. I will also remind the Parliament that there have been several raids. That's another accomplishment, in addition to which we also formed the 4 working groups, also the working group to look at legislative enhancements, and also we have come up already with recommendations that I identified, including penalties, more border control and security, institutional strengthening, improving communication, mechanisms for collection and collation of data, training and education, policy reform, and strengthening interagency collaboration. Thank you.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Around social media and costing 30,000 a month. Madam President, to the Honourable Minister, the Minister recently addressed the United Nations Illicit Trade Forum and asked for data sharing platform to be created for United Nations member states to collaborate with respect to illicit trade. Can the Minister say whether any steps have been taken to create a data sharing platform amongst the 10 government agencies that sit in the Anti-Illicit Trade Task Force?
Thank you very much, and Senator, I'm glad you raised that, because we were recognized, Trinidad and Tobago was recognized on account of its very notable efforts to tackle the issue of illicit trade, including the establishment of the National Action Plan to combat illicit trade in consumer goods. I need your protection, please, from Senator Nakheed. Right? And so that we are working on forming on this platform among nations. We have made the recommendations that that's the best approach, so that they can learn from the initiatives that we have established in Trinidad and Tobago. We do intend to establish a platform here as well. It's one of the recommendations. Thank you.
Commended.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
And whilst we await the implementation of all these recommendations, none of which have actually,
Senator Lakshmi Dayal, you're asking a question, please.
Say, in all that has been done or not done so far, how many persons have actually been charged or convicted of offences involving illicit trade to date?
Minister.
Whilst I cannot give you the information as to how many persons were in fact charged, what I can tell you is that there have been several raids, many raids by the police, and action has been taken by the several interagency task force.
At Imbert, walk report as well.
Senator, that's
no more questions.
Next question, Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Question number 49 to the Minister of Education.
To see everything okay. Heinz walk report. Word to the day, several.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the school transport service via the Public Transport Service Corporation is provided to primary and secondary schools throughout Trinidad who request the service based on priority and subject to the following considerations: needy students, decanted schools, schools located in areas where a regular bus service is not available, schools located in areas that are normal transport routes, schools located in areas with safety and security issues, and schools located in rural or remote locations. Concessionaires are assigned to as many schools as possible based on availability. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, in light of a recent occurrence of an accident involving a private bus where 12 children in the Couva area were injured, has the ministry taken any steps to regulate or to investigate the use of private vehicles for transporting school children in areas where there's not a school transport service provided by PTSC?
Senator Lakshmi Dayal, that question does not arise.
Minister, can you say whether all the arrears which were outstanding for the school maxi taxi drivers, members of the Association of maxi taxi concessionaires have been cleared to date for at least up to the period ending 2021, December 2021?
Senator Lakshmiyal, that question does not arise.
President. Minister, can the minister say whether or not the ministry is looking at expanding the availability of PTSD school transport to different areas to minimize the use of private, unregulated transportation in certain areas in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly rural areas?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. As many concessionaires as possible are assigned, and we do have schools who are requesting, and once we can get a concessionaire, certainly that will be taken into consideration to expand and to assist as many schools as possible.
Can the minister state whether there have been requests for funding, additional funding made through your ministry to the Minister of Finance so that you could expand the school transport services and to different areas where there are requests pending?
Senator Lakshmiyal, that question does not arise. Leader of Government Business.
Get away.
But ask it one time, eh? It would have been provided.
Madam President, thank you. I am pleased to inform the Senate that the government has provided responses in writing to the questions for written response numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, which constitutes every single question for written response on the order paper today.
Questions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, having regard to the decision of the Senate on July 6, 2022, made pursuant to the Standing Order 77-3, I beg to move that the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020 be referred to a joint select committee established to consider and report on the bill, and that this committee be mandated to adopt the work of the joint select committee appointed in the second session 2021-2022 and report by March 31st, 2023, and that subject to the concurrence of the House of Representatives on the establishment of the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, that the following 6 senators be appointed to serve with an equal number from the House of Representatives: Mr. Nigel De Freitas, Mr. Avinash Singh, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim, Mr. Anil Roberts, Dr. Varma Deyalsingh, and Dr. Maria Dillon Remy.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020 be referred to a joint select committee established to consider and report on the bill, that this committee be mandated to adopt the report of the joint select committee appointed in the second session 2021-2022 and report by March 31st, 2023, and that subject to the concurrence of the House of Representatives on the establishment of the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, that the following 6 senators be appointed to serve with an equal number from the House of Representatives: Mr. Nigel De Freitas, Mr. Avinash Singh, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim, Mr. Anil Roberts, Dr. Varma Deyalsingh, Dr. Maria Dillon Remy. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, having regard to the decision of the Senate on 6 July 2022, made pursuant to Standing Order 77-3, I beg to move that the Shipping Bill 2020 be referred to a joint select committee established to consider and report on the bill, and that this committee be mandated to adopt the work of the joint select committee appointed in the second session 2021-2022 and report by March 31st, 2023, and that subject to the concurrence to the House of Representatives on the establishment of the Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, that the following 6 senators be appointed to serve with an equal number from the House of Representatives: Mr. Randall Mitchell, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Rohan Sinanan, Ms. Jerlene John, Mr. Deyalsingh Timal, Ms. Sharice Sipasad.
Senators, the question is that the Shipping Bill 2020 be referred to a Joint Select Committee established to consider and report on the bill, and that this committee be mandated to adopt the work of the Joint Select Committee appointed in the second session 2021-2022 and report by March the 31st, 2023, and that subject to the concurrence of the House of Representatives on the establishment of the Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, that the following 6 senators be appointed to serve with an equal number from the House of Representatives: Mr. Randall Mitchell, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Rohan Sinanan, Ms. Jerlene John, Mr. Deyalsingh Timal, Ms. Sharice Sipasad. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, pursuant to the motion approved in the Senate on July 6, 2022, I beg to move that a special select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators by March 31st, 2023, and that the following senators be appointed to serve on the committee: Ms. Christine Kangaloo, Chairman; Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Member; Dr. Mohammed Ibrahim, Member; the Opposition Senator as Member; and Mr. Anthony Vera, Member.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a special select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behaviour for senators by March 31st, 2023, and that the following senators be appointed to serve on the committee: Ms. Christine Kangaloo, Chairman; Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Member; Dr. Mohammed Ibrahim, Member; an Opposition Senator; and Mr. Anthony Vera, Member. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Mark?
Yeah. Madam Chair, may I just inform you and put on the record that the opposition bench will not be participating in this special select committee, so that this name of opposition member being announced, I just want to let you know that we will not be participating in this committee. Okay? Just want you to know that.
Leader of Government Business.
Oh dear. Madam President, having regard to the correspondence from the Speaker of the House dated November 4th, 2022, in relation to the establishment of a Joint Select Committee to consider and report on the Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020, I beg to move that the Senate concur with the House of Representatives in the establishment of the committee, and that the following 6 senators be appointed to serve: Dr. Amory Brown, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Randall Mitchell, Mr. Wade Mark, Dr. Maria Dillon Remy, and Mr. Deyalsingh Timal.
Senators, the question is that the Senate concur with the House of Representatives in the establishment of a Joint Select Committee to consider and report on the Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020, and that the following 6 senators be appointed to serve on this committee: Dr. Amory Brown, Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon, Mr. Randall Mitchell, Mr. Wade Mark, Dr. Maria Dillon Remy, and Mr. Deyalsingh Timal. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, before we move on to the next item of business, permit me to welcome, on your behalf, members of the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retired Persons for the District of Belmont. Those members are sitting in our public gallery. I don't know if it's a vain hope. So we welcome the members and we try to be on our best behavior to impress them. Well, Senator Mark. Senator Mark, really? Seriously?
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. The finance bill before the Senate is intended to put in place some of the fiscal measures that were announced in the other place on September the 26th, 2022, and some other significant measures. The bill contains 13 clauses, most of which seek to implement the tax amnesty referred to in the 2023 budget statement. As I said before, this bill addresses some, but not all, of the fiscal measures previously announced. And I wish to indicate, Madam President, at this time, that barring unforeseen circumstances, it is my intention to introduce and debate the Finance Bill number 2 in the other place on the 2nd of December 2022, and in this place, once agreed, on the 6th of December 2022. That second finance bill will deal principally with the amendments to the petroleum taxes legislation and a few of the measures that are not covered by this bill. The reason why we are coming today with the finance number 1 bill is that the tax amnesty is intended to be effective from the 14th of November, which is next week, while most of the other measures are intended to be effective from the 1st of January 2023. Because of that date of November the 14th for the amnesty, there was a need to formulate, prepare, and bring to the Parliament this finance bill in the shortest time possible after presenting the 2023 budget statement to ensure a smooth commencement of the 2022-2023 tax amnesty. I will now look at the bill on a themed basis. The first clause is self-explanatory and contains the short title of the bill. If I move now to the tax amnesty, within the last 22 years, there have been tax amnesties in Trinidad and Tobago during the years 2000, 2007, 2010, 2015, 2016, 2019, and 2021. Of those 7 occasions, 3 of them were introduced by a former government, and 4 of them have been introduced by, 3 of them have been introduced by this government, and 4 of them by a former government. This amnesty is therefore the 8th of its kind since 2000. A tax amnesty can be described in its simplest terms as a period during which a taxpayer may remedy his tax liability owed to the state without having to incur interest and penalties for the late payment of taxes or late filings. It's important to stress that the amnesty does not result in a reduction of the tax liability owed. If one looks at the whole point behind interest and penalties, the purpose of such interest and penalties is to motivate taxpayers to meet their tax liabilities within the time periods established in law. The rationale is make your filings on time, settle your tax payments on time, or you will be burdened by further expense through interest and penalties. The prevailing rate of interest under Section 103 of the Income Tax Act is currently set at 20% per annum, while the prevailing rate of penalty under Section 54 of the Value Added Tax Act is set at 8% of the amount outstanding per month or part of a month. Interest and penalties under tax laws, therefore, no light matters. There are serious financial consequences associated with the late payment of taxes and late filings. I also am aware, and I'm sure we are all aware, that there are those in society who intentionally evade the payment of taxes and in some instances seek to defraud the state of revenue. The remedy for intentionally evading the payment of taxes or defrauding the state is enforcement action before the court. There is no middle ground, halfway house, or blowing hot and cold when it comes to that type of activity. If people deliberately set out to defraud the state with respect to tax payments, they must be brought before the court. The state will do its part, and the threat of court action can be viewed as a deterrent in the first instance. However, for those engaging in criminality, those who intend to avoid paying taxes through illegal means, because there is legal tax avoidance, but tax avoidance through illegal means is considered to be tax evasion. And for those criminals who wish to evade payment of legitimate taxes, it is not settled that interest and penalties will scare these individuals into compliance. And that is why criminal prosecution is more effective. There's also the situation, and this happens to many taxpayers, where taxpayers do not intentionally set out to avoid paying their taxes on time, but for one reason or another are unable to do so or do not do so, and the failure occurs. This may happen for various reasons, such as cash flow issues, absence of documentation, lack of provision of a TD4 in the case of individuals, and these are things that are beyond the control of taxpayers. In that context, one may ask, what does a tax amnesty provide for such individuals? The answer is simple. It allows them to pay what they owe the state, or what they originally owed, that is the tax. So what the amnesty accomplishes is an opportunity for legitimate taxpayers to pay what they originally owed the state without the additional financial burden of penalties and interest. Now, over the years, tax amnesties have resulted in increased revenue to the state through elevated tax payments. I have some information here, just looking at periods from 2010 and so on. In the 2010 to 2011 amnesty, 1.6 billion in additional revenue was collected. In the 2014 to 2015 amnesty, I'm advised that the collections were about 1.2 billion. In the 2016 amnesty, so those two, 2010-11, 2014-15 were under a previous government. In the 2016 amnesty, the first amnesty under this administration, the collections were 766 million. 2019, the second amnesty, $2.5 billion. And in that particular one, the 2019 one, the belief was that we might collect somewhere around $1 billion, because we had collected 766 million in 2016. So we thought with more aggressive promotion of the amnesty that we might reach $1 billion in 2019, but we in fact collected $2.5 billion in 2019, and that helped us in no small measure to deal with our cash flow problems as a government in 2019. In 2021, the last amnesty, we collected $1.1 billion. In this amnesty, we are looking at just shy of $700 million. In the last amnesty, 2021, a total of 25,920 taxpayers availed themselves of the opportunity offered by the state. In this amnesty, as I just indicated, we are forecasting about $680 million. But if what happened in 2019 occurs in 2022-23, the actual collection could be double that figure. We expect about 30,000 taxpayers to benefit from this amnesty. And the purpose of this amnesty is specific. In the last 2021 amnesty, a number of taxpayers communicated with the Ministry of Finance and asked for an extension. We did a small extension, but we could not go further. And what became obvious is that the adverse effects of COVID-19, the public health restrictions on businesses, especially small and medium enterprises and micro businesses, the adverse effects of COVID had caused many businesses to fall behind in the payment of their taxes. In fact, the reduction in cash flow during the COVID years 2020-2021 was so severe that businesses had to choose between paying rent, paying salaries to employees, furloughing their employees, paying their statutory contributions, paying their taxes and so on. And some businesses simply found themselves unable to pay their taxes on time, even though they wanted to. Other problems arose during COVID where the question of auditing accounts became difficult. And again, one of the communications we got at the Ministry of Finance towards the end of 2021 was that businesses wanted more time to settle their financial accounts, their financial statements for the years 2020 and 2021 in order to properly pay their taxes in 2021. And they asked again for an extension for those reasons. We at the time were not able to give them the extension that they wanted. So we are certain there are thousands of businesses out there who wish to pay their taxes but could not because of the very deleterious effects of the public health restrictions arising from COVID-19. So this particular amnesty is a special case. It is not an ordinary, if one can use that terminology, tax amnesty. Now, on a previous occasion, members opposite and members in the other place in the opposition have tried to create certain misconceptions that the tax amnesties given by this administration are variously giving people a blight, helping out friends and big business, condoning criminality. These statements are totally inaccurate. Every amnesty is limited to the period of the amnesty. If you do not settle your taxes during the time, the interest and penalties will be reinstated, and you will have to pay accumulated interest and penalties. And that goes back to the point I made earlier, that a tax amnesty does not reduce your original tax liability. The other thing about a tax amnesty is that it's available to all taxpayers. There is no distinction among taxpayers. There is no favoritism. There is no nepotism. It is available to all. And therefore, the concept that a tax amnesty is to help big business or to give friends a blight is totally false. The tax amnesty also does not interfere with the discretion of the Board of Inland Revenue to pursue criminal conduct. Criminals can be prosecuted before, during, and after a tax amnesty. It makes no difference. And assessments continue in the normal way. Audits continue in the normal way. The amnesty does not stop tax audits, nor does it affect them in any way. In two previous amnesties that were implemented by the former government, in one of them, the 2014-2015 amnesty, the then Minister of Finance, Larry Hawaii, indicated that that amnesty of the UNC was implemented in response to a request from the business community. That's what he said. He's widely reported as having said that. In the 2010-2011 amnesty, Mr. Dukaran at the time was very brief in simply saying it's an opportunity to allow people to settle their tax issues while allowing the government to collect additional revenue. I think he said about 2 or 3 sentences in his statement on that tax amnesty in 2010-2011. So on previous occasions under the former government, the approach was very cut and dried. In 2010-11, it was just to assist people to settle their arrears while collecting additional revenue. And in 2014-2015, it was in response to requests from the business community. So clauses 4, 8b, 9b, 10 and 11 implement a tax amnesty for the period November 14th, 2022 to February 17, 2023, which may be extended by order, which also has been done. In the other place, there was a lot of hullabaloo about the power being given to the minister to extend the amnesty, but ironically, in 2011, the then UNC Minister of Finance extended the tax amnesty, it appears by executive fiat, without any debate in the parliament or any legislation before the parliament. This amnesty is therefore consistent with those that have come before. It addresses a number of tax laws, such as the Registration of Clubs Act, Income Tax Act, Value Added Tax Act, Stamp Duty Act, Property Tax Act. It extends to a number of other laws as they are linked to the Income Tax Act, the provisions of the Income Tax Act, including the Corporation Tax Act, the Unemployment Levy Act, the Petroleum Taxes Act, the Health Surcharge Act, the Miscellaneous Taxes Act, and the Tourism Development Act. In Clause 2 of the bill, the clause seeks to amend the Commission of Affidavits Act to bring an increase in fees relating to a number of services provided by commissioners of affidavits. And the fees under the Commission of Affidavits Act were last adjusted in 1993, 29 years ago. And therefore, the doubling or further increases of fees for commissioners of affidavits is quite reasonable. And the fees have been raised, for example, for the appointment of a commissioner of affidavits. The old fee was $200, the new fee is $400. For each exhibit, the old fee was 50 cents, the new fee is $2.50. And Madam Speaker, Madam President, because the fees under the Commission of Affidavits Act, the existing fees are almost 30 years old. What you do find is that some commissioners of affidavits don't follow the prescribed totals at all. So I am told by my legal friends that some commissioners don't charge 50 cents for an exhibit, they charge far more than that. So I would hope that now that we are increasing the fees to reasonable figures, that the relevant authorities will ensure that commissioners of affidavit comply with the law. Moving on now to Clause 3 of the bill. This seeks to increase fees relative to the issue of licenses, certificates, and permits under the firearms regulations by 100%. Again, with the exception of fees for pepper spray, all other fees were last adjusted, FUL fees, in 1993, again, nearly 30 years ago. So the current fees have been in existence for almost 30 years. Again, the increases are quite reasonable. The fee for FUL is being adjusted from $150 to $300. And I can assure you, Madam President, that $300 will not cover the administrative cost of reviewing an application for a firearm user's license and doing all of the security and background checks that are required in order for the Commissioner of Police to make a decision as to whether to grant a firearm user's license or not. $300 is probably a fraction of the administrative cost relating to the issue of a firearm user's license. And so it is with all of the other fees that are in the bill. I'll just mention a few. The fee for a shotgun, $120 to $240. The fee for a dealer's license, $500 to $1,000. Again, $1,000 is a fraction of the administrative cost to the police and the state of determining whether a person is a fit and proper person to be granted a firearm dealer's license. And I may say that in the Caribbean, in Barbados and the other islands of the Caribbean, the fees associated with the use of firearms are significantly more than the proposed increased fees in Trinidad and Tobago. We are way behind the rest of the Caribbean in terms of the cost of licenses associated with the use of a firearm. In the 2022 budget statement, I spoke about an increase in fees relative to something called an assault weapon. I'm told that under the Firearms Act, there's no, I don't want to use alliteration, but there's no definite definition of an assault weapon. And as I said in the other place, I've done some research, and an assault weapon can be described as a semi-automatic firearm that is capable of discharging a large number of rounds of ammunition in a short space of time. But the legal specialists will come up with an appropriate definition for an assault weapon, and certainly the fee for being allowed to carry an assault weapon, if people should be allowed to do that at all, needs to be quite significant, because that one would definitely require a lot of investigation and a lot of administrative work. Clause 5 of the bill seeks to increase the fine relative to the discharge of oil from a vessel in Trinidad and Tobago waters from $10,000 to $100,000. And that will amend the Oil Pollution of Territorial Waters Act, Section 3.1. And again, Madam Speaker, Madam President, sorry, I remember the late Frankie Can telling me that it cost the Ministry of Energy over $2 million to clean up an oil spill in the Chagaramas area that occurred some years ago. So even this fine of $100,000 may be too low. And we all know that oil pollution has a devastating effect on marine life and a very adverse effect on persons who depend on the ocean for their livelihood, fishermen, divers, tour operators, etc. The upliftment of the current fine, therefore, should go some way to deterring this completely unacceptable situation where ships discharge oil and destroy marine life. With respect to the valuation of land, Clause 6 of the bill, as I had indicated previously, includes 3 new sources from which the Commission of Valuations could obtain information under the Valuation of Land Act for the purpose of the valuation of land in the country. As we all know, the Commissioner has been on a drive to obtain information from property owners or landowners, correct terminology, to prepare a valuation rule.
Minister, I think Senator Vera is asking if you'll give way.
Sure. And before I answer him, Madam President, could you tell me how much time I have again?
You finish at 5 minutes to 12. You have some seconds after that, and it's now 11:34.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam President. On the fine for the oil spills, I understand the need for the uplift in the increase. Have you considered the possibility of having the fine on a continuing basis, so for each day the offense continues, that there is a cost?
Certainly. I'm not sure if that is already in the law, and in my wrap-up I will get advice from the Attorney General, but certainly it should be, definitely. That is certainly an area where there should be a fine on a continuing basis. So coming back now to the valuation of land, the Commissioner of Valuations put out a notice in 2021 in accordance with Section 29 of the Act, requiring every person in possession of lands or buildings to furnish the Commissioner with a return containing particulars required by the Commissioner. The Commissioner was caused to extend the deadline on a number of occasions to give landowners an opportunity to comply with that notice. The Commissioner can also access information from other entities other than asking the actual landowner to provide the information. Section 14 of the Valuation of Land Act already permits the Commissioner to request information from the Board of Inland Revenue, the Registrar General, the Registrar of the Supreme Court, and an officer employed in or in connection with a department of government other than the department concerned with the administration of the Income Tax Act. Similarly, what is proposed in Clause 6 would require the entities listed in that clause to furnish the Commissioner with information on land that is in their possession. The new inclusions are proposed: Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation, Water and Sewage Authority, Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, or an officer employed by those entities. When one looks at the Valuation of Land Act, a valuation roll is required to contain, among other things, the following information: the name and postal address of the owner, the situation, description, and measurement or area of land, the address of the land, and the unique land identification number or other number by which the land is identified. Certainly, information in the possession of TT Post, WASA, and TNTIC may assist with the preparation and accuracy of the valuation roll, and we want to have that as accurate as possible so that if disputes arise, we would be able to address those disputes from a position of knowledge. Now, in the other place, some matters were raised which, in our opinion, were without any foundation whatsoever. There appeared to be a lack of knowledge by the members of the opposition in the other place that on the 20th of August 2021, legal notice number 220 under the hand of your good self, Madam President, was published. And in this legal notice it says, whereas it is provided by Section 1.2 of the Data Protection Act, Chapter 2204, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that the Act shall come into operation on such day as is fixed by the President by proclamation, and whereas it is expedient that Section 42A and B of the Act come into operation, now therefore I, Christine Kangaloo, Acting President as aforesaid, do hereby fix the 23rd day of August 2021 as the day on which Section 42A and B shall come into operation. And those sections of the Data Protection Act allowed the gathering of personal information by the Commissioner of Valuations. In addition, there was an argument that this bill requires a special majority. We do not agree. And I referred the Leader of the Opposition to the case of Dominic Suraj and 4 others versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, which is UK PC 26 of 2022, and it's Privy Council Appeal number 64 of 21 and number 65 of 21, and I referred the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for the Honourable members' information, because the opposition did not seem to be aware of this judgment. I understand it's a 2022 judgment, and not everybody's up to date with Privy Council decisions. And when one goes to 110, not 110, of the decision of the Privy Council in the Dominic Suraj case, these words are important. The rules did not have effect as part of the law of Trinidad and Tobago immediately before the commencement of the Constitution, when they were issued pursuant to a minister's power under Section 105 and published in the Royal Gazette in accordance with Section 132 of the Ordinance. nor were the rules on enactment otherwise referred to in subsection 1. But this is the important set of words. Aside from an existing law, subsection 1 covers enactments which repeal and reenact an existing law without alteration or, very importantly, or which alter an existing law but do not derogate from any fundamental right in a manner or to an extent that an existing law did not previously so derogate. Although a strictly limited type of future law, therefore count as existing law, this does not include future regulations passed under existing laws. So let me read that again. Although a strictly limited type of future laws are therefore to count as existing law, this does not include future regulations passed under existing laws. The whole point is the Valuation of Land Act already gave the Commissioner of Valuations the ability to deal with the registrar, the Board of Inland Revenue, officers employed with various departments of government, and so on. So by adding WASA, TNTEC, and TT Post, we are strictly within the confines of Section 110 of the Dominic Suraj decision, which says that it will cover enactments which do not derogate from any fundamental right in a manner or to an extent that an existing law did not previously so derogate. So that's our position. The members opposite are free to challenge that. Moving now to illegal timbering, Clause 7 of the bill is meant to address the scourge of what is known as illegal timbering in Trinidad and Tobago. The amendment seeks to uplift all the offenses under the Forest Act to $100,000, including illegally felling trees, illegally removing timber, illegally removing excess timber, entering prohibited areas, kindling, keeping or carrying fire into any forest reserve, etc., unlawfully, and this is very important because there have been many cases in the court about this, unlawfully affixing a mark used by a forest officer to any tree or timber. Quite often, counterfeit marks are used or marks are illegally affixed to timber to allow persons to steal timber. So we felt that this is very important. With respect to value-added tax, the threshold for registration for value-added tax has been increased over the years, and the reason being that small companies, micro-enterprises and so on, find it very difficult to put in place the administrative bureaucracy required to comply with the Value-Added Tax Act, and when audited are unable to produce the required documentation. So over the years, successive governments have progressively increased this threshold as the gross domestic product of the country and so on has increased. And we are proposing an increase from $500,000, which is just about $40,000 a month, and the VAT associated with that would just be about $5,000 to $600,000 to allow small businesses who have asked for this to not be subject to registration for VAT. Clause 12 of the bill deals with offenses under the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, also known as scrap iron, and we are elevating the penalties from $15,000, which is all it is. And when you hear about people stealing a sluice gate, as I heard my honorable colleague, the Minister of Works, talking about, that there was the theft of a sluice gate worth $200,000. The fine at this time for that is only $15,000. I personally am aware of the theft of the gates and the entire fence around the NP fuel facility in the Caroni area. That must be several $100,000 in value, and the fine is only $15,000. I can't imagine the value of the church bell that was stolen, but I suspect it's more than $15,000. So we felt that it is necessary to increase the fines for stealing metal from $15,000 to $100,000. With respect to Clause 13 of the bill, that establishes January 1st, Clause 13.1, January 1st, 2023, on the date on which clauses 2, 3, 5, 7, 8A, 9A, and 12 of the bill will come into effect. Clause 13.2 of the bill establishes November 14th, 2022, as the date on which clauses 4, 8B, 9B, 10, and 11 of the bill come into effect. And those are the tax amnesty provisions. The other clauses in the bill will take effect on the date of assent. And as I indicated previously, the other measures that we announced in the budget, such as the uplift for apprenticeship, the tax credit for persons involved in electronic payment transactions, the petroleum taxes adjustments, SPT, and so on, those will be dealt with in the second finance bill, which, as I indicated, I am hopeful I can bring to this Honorable Senate on the 6th of December. I believe I have about 10 more minutes, Madam President. Thank you very much.
You do, 10 more minutes.
Thank you. Now, all of this is all about revenue. In some cases, the primary intention is not to raise revenue. It's as a deterrent, so that the increase in fines for oil pollution, the increase in fines for illegally felling timber, the increase in fines for stealing metal, those are not primarily intended as revenue-generating exercises. They're intended as deterrents. The tax amnesty, its purpose is twofold: to assist persons who were severely affected by the constraints of COVID-19 to be compliant with the law, our tax laws, and also to raise some revenue. I also want to refer to the question of the personal income tax allowance. I will deal with that in more detail in due course, but I also want to make the point that it is this government that has increased the personal income tax allowance on 2 previous occasions and will now increase it on a 3rd occasion, increasing it from $5,000 a month to $6,000 a month to $7,000 a month. And now we intend to increase it to $7,500. And these are things that people should not trivialize, because in addition to reducing the effective tax rate for 300,000 people, it also allows them to avoid having to go through the burden of filling out a tax return. Because once you're below the threshold, you're not required to fill out a tax return. Because it is, if you're in the PAYE system, that is, pay as you earn, and your employer would certify to the Board of Inland Revenue that you earn $7,500 or less, you are not required to fill out a tax return. So that's a significant burden that has been lifted from taxpayers. And the effective tax rate now for a person earning $10,500 a month or less is 0. It's 0. And as you go up the scale, the person earning $8,000, the effective tax rate might be just about 2 or 3%, and as you go up $9,000, it might be 5%, and so on. So that what these measures do, the increase in the personal income tax allowance, it reduces the tax burden on taxpayers. And therefore, I wanted to make that point, because there is a view that this government is only interested in increasing taxes. That is totally untrue. We have reduced taxes for 300,000 taxpayers over the last 7 years. I wanted to make that point. With respect to how this will help us going forward, we are hopeful that measures such as the tax amnesty and so on will counterbalance what we have to give up, the $450 million we will have to give up when we increase the personal allowance from $7,000 a month to $7,500 a month. So if we get $700 million or $1 billion or some number like that from the tax amnesty, it will assist us to give up that $450 million in the personal allowance. It will also assist us to pay the $1,000 grant to the 175,000 persons who are now going to get a transportation grant from this government come January the 1st. That does not require legislative action, but when you take the increase in the personal allowance, it will cost us $450 million. The one-off grant is $175 million, Madam Speaker, so you're there well over $600 million. So the tax amnesty will help us in no small measure to deal with all of that. And then you have the other benefits, the apprenticeship allowance, the tax allowances for use of renewable energy and so on. All of that will be counterbalanced by what we hope to collect from the tax amnesty. And before I conclude, it will be remiss of me not to report to this Senate, as I reported in the budget debate. I reported on our fiscal outturn for fiscal 2022, which would naturally affect...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Which would naturally affect fiscal 2023. And at the time, as I've indicated in another place, when we presented the national budget, we were using actual revenue collection up to the end of August. We did not have the figure for the end of September 2022. That only came in a short while ago. And when we were very conservative in our estimates with respect to what we would collect in September 2022. But we collected far more than we expected. We were looking at about $5 billion for that month, and we in fact collected well over $7 billion in that month. And the actual collections were in fact $2.5 billion more than we thought they would be. We also spent a little bit more because on the last day of the fiscal year, we had no option but to pay a significant sum towards the fuel subsidy, $300 million actually. And there were some other expenses. So when you balance out the increased revenue and the increased expenditure, what we saw was that our deficit has been reduced from $2.4 billion, which is what we thought it would be in the budget exercise, to a remarkable figure of just $300 million, which is less than 0.2% of GDP. And I dare say, of the 180 odd countries in the world, less than 10% would have achieved that kind of fiscal outturn in fiscal 2022. In fact, virtually every country in the region, with the exception of 1 or 2, which are on IMF programs and are forced to post a surplus, would have posted budget deficits in the billions. So that our actual performance in fiscal 2022 was much better than we thought it would be. And what was very intriguing is that although we got another $6 odd billion from the energy sector, so collections from the energy sector moved from $5 billion to $11 billion, causing, that was part of the total increase. The total increase was in fact $11 billion over the original estimate of 2021 when I piloted the budget in 2021. What was intriguing is that in the non-energy sector, collections went from $6 billion to $11 billion. So over 40% of the increased revenue was from the non-energy sector. And I close by saying that all of the commentators outside there who do no research, who do not inform themselves, but simply repeat bad information that they pick up in the public domain, need to do proper research. We have had an increase in collections in the non-energy sector in 2022 of $5 billion. More than 40% of the total increase came from the non-energy sector. So things are looking up in Trinidad and Tobago. And I beg to move, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may I join you in welcoming our retirees to the Senate's public gallery today, and hope that at the end of their presence, they would leave more enlightened and informed of our proceedings. Madam President, the bill before us, Finance Bill of 2022, contains some 13 clauses. And housed in this bill is a plethora of fees, penalties, and waivers, which are designed, of course, to raise further taxes on the back of an already overburdened population, and of course provide, as the minister himself said, a blight to others. Madam President, the minister ended his contribution by literally crowing and boasting that things are better today under the PNM, far better than the government had anticipated. More monies are in the coffers. $2.5 billion now in the coffers, giving us a total of $11 billion in excess revenues. And everyone who says anything contrary, naysayers, doomsday individuals, they need to do more research. Madam President, I read somewhere, I don't know if it's true, but I don't think it's true, that somewhere a corpse was seen delivering his own eulogy. I don't know if that is what we just witnessed. A political corpse delivering the government's own eulogy. I don't know. I just can't say, Madam President. Madam President, the government has presented a bill today with a series of measures with more to come in December, according to the Honorable Minister. And the question that we have to ask is, how will these measures benefit the ordinary citizens, the very retirees who are with us today, the workers, the farmers, the marginalized, the vulnerable? How will these measures, Madam President, help them? Madam President, our economy is not in a recession. Our economy is in a depression where we have had 7 straight years of economic contraction, no growth, Madam President. Madam President, no growth means no development. No development means you cannot generate gainful, productive, sustainable, well-paying jobs to the tens and thousands of people who need it. I saw in the review of the economy some 137,100 citizens between the ages of 15 and 29 years unemployed in Trinidad and Tobago. How will these measures, Madam President, that we are dealing with address it? Address their situation, Madam President? Madam President, the fiscal measures that the minister has presented in this finance bill is going to force ordinary people, squatters, retirees, to pay property tax on their homes. And I will deal with that in my presentation. We have called on the government not to pursue this draconian measure. But the minister is insisting that it must be done, and his government. So, Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago is doing well. We have collected more money, according to the minister. Yet still, the International Monetary Fund has described Trinidad and Tobago as the number 9th out of 10 worst performing economies in the world for the period 2016 to 2021. That is where we are, Madam President, the worst performing economy. That is where this government has taken us. Madam President, today I would like to pay attention to a few issues. I think we need to pay attention to what the minister has addressed in his contribution, Madam President, and that has to do with the whole issue of tax amnesties. I am not dealing with tax amnesties from a fiscal point of view, because as the minister said, during 2010, 2015, it was a mechanism or tool utilized by the then administration. But this, if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves me right, Madam President, and I am subject to correction, this appears to be the 4th tax amnesty in the last 7 years promoted by this government. Now, Madam President, I would like to put forward for your consideration what harm this measure can bring to bear on the institutions in our nation. Those institutions that are responsible for collecting revenues, taxes to provide services to our nation's citizens. When every time, Madam President, these amnesties are announced, it gives these delinquent individuals and corporations the opportunity not to meet their obligations when their obligations are due. We did not have COVID in the between 2015 and 2019. But we had amnesties during that period and subsequent to that period. So there is a danger, Madam President, that institutions like the BIR could be harmed, could be injured if we do not take stock of where we are going with this practice and literal trend that has emerged in this government. So I say that this is a matter, Madam President, that we need to pay attention to. Another area, Madam President, I would like to address, and that area, Madam President, is Clause 6 of the bill before us today. Now, Madam President, the minister indicated that as far as he is aware and concerned, and his government, the measure is above board. The measure contained in Clause 6 is valid. The measure is constitutional. Madam President, I will demonstrate to you that the minister and his government have developed a practice of cherry-picking provisions in legislation in order to achieve certain objectives. And the kernel, I'm a Bush lawyer, but I think I understand the kernel of this Surratt versus the Attorney General judgment. And the concept of proportionality is what is at the center of this whole question. You cannot be picking and choosing, Madam President, certain provisions in legislation in order to achieve your objectives. I will show, Madam President, that we are not only talking about the Constitution of our country and the provision that it provides for protection of privacy rights, but I'm also referring you, Madam President, to what is called the Data Protection Law Act of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, if you go to where we are in Clause 6, you will see, Madam President, where the minister and the government have decided in Clause 6 to include additional bodies and institutions to furnish the Commissioner of Valuation with what is called information, additional information. And Madam President, I want to refer you and this Honorable Senate to page 46 of the budget statement of 2022-2023. Under the heading of property tax, we are told, and I quote, the government is on track to commence collection of property tax in fiscal 2023. The legal structure is already in place, but we intend to make some simple, Madam President, simple amendments before the end of the year to the Valuation of Land Act to tighten and clarify the procedures for the gathering and processing of information and valuation of properties. Madam President, we are hearing about information, the gathering of information. But what is the definition of information? How do we define information? The minister gives us some brief outlines of what might be required. But, Madam President, when you go to what is called the Data Protection Act of 2011, which is known as Act number 13 of 2011, Madam President, there is a definition of information. And the information that the minister is talking about, Madam President, is of a personal nature. What you want my address for? You want my address. You want to know where I am living. You want to know where my property is located. That is personal and sensitive data and information. So, Madam President, if you go in the absence of any definition of information in the legislation, I have to refer to the Data Protection Act. And the Data Protection Act says personal information means information about an identifiable individual that is recorded in any form, including, Madam President, information relating to race, nationality, or ethnic origin, religion, age, or marital status. Madam President, information relating to your education or medical, criminal, or employment history. Any identifying number, symbol, or other particular design. Madam President, hear what it says too. Indeed, information means personal, the address and telephone contact number of the individual. It means the name of the individual where it appears. It means correspondence sent to an establishment by that individual. It means the views and opinions of any other person about that individual. Madam President, I raise these points to let you know that when the minister says we have to furnish, I want to say we, Madam President, I am referring to the Postal Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago. I am referring to the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission. I am referring to the Water and Sewerage Authority. What information is the minister going to request via this amendment to the legislation from WASA, from the Postal Corporation, and from T&TEC? Madam President, I want to indicate that in this legislation before us, and they brought you into this debate, Madam President, you were brought into this debate because Madam President was then acting president when this particular proclamation was made. And Madam President, you would recall at the time when that proclamation was made, the government decided, contrary and against the advice of the Commissioner of Valuations, who advised the government through the Board of Inland Revenue to proclaim the entire Data Protection Act. The government was given that advice. I have the memorandum here, Madam President. But you know what the government did, Madam President? They came to the acting president to proclaim, Madam President, Section 42, A and B, respectively, of the Data Protection Act. Madam President, when this act was passed in 2011, it did not require a special constitutional majority. And the reason why it did not require a special constitutional majority is because there were sufficient checks and balances in the legislation to protect you and me and the people of TNT. So you cannot cherry pick one section of the legislation in order to achieve your objective. And that is where the concept of proportionality comes into play. And this is why we will show how this bill, in this particular clause, Madam President, is unconstitutional. And this requires a special majority. And we warn the government, if you pursue this legislation, you pass it and you give assent it, we will take you to the courts. We are not going to permit this government to undermine and subvert the privacy rights of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, there is something called the Charter of Fundamental Rights in Europe. And one of the provisions in that charter is my right and the European right to what is called personal protection of your personal data. Madam President, you must protect my personal data. And Madam President, you know what this said? The data protection law? It says, Madam President, that if you want to use my data, my personal information, you must receive my consent. I must approve that. And you cannot just go to WASA and ask WASA for my personal data. You cannot go to TNTech. TNTech would be acting illegally. TNTech will be acting unlawfully. So too is WASA. I want to warn WASA and warn TNTech and warn TT Post. If you provide any data to this government without a constitutional majority, we will come after you. If my data is given without my consent, according to the data protection law, Madam President, we will come after you. You have no right under the law to do so without my express consent, Madam President. And Madam President, I want to tell you, Madam President.
Members, please. Senator Mark is making his presentation. I'm trying to hear what he's saying. Continue, Senator.
Yeah, Madam President. Madam President, you know, dictators are made of stuff that we are now experiencing. Madam President, you know information is knowledge, and knowledge is power. Totalitarian states seek to get information on your movement, on every aspect of you as a person. And what the government is doing, Madam President, is in a very flippant and almost stealthily, you know, they approach it in a very stealthily manner, where they come and they insert into the legislation a provision that appears on the surface to be innocent, harmless, Madam President. But when you drill down, Madam President, you understand the implications and the impact of this on the rights of the citizens. Rights are removed. Freedoms are undermined, Madam President, very slowly by dictators. And this is a measure, Madam President, that is telling us exactly that. Madam President, I want to ask you and take you to Section 4 of the Data Protection Act. Section 4 says, Madam President, that the object of this act is to ensure that protection is afforded to an individual's right to privacy and the right to maintain sensitive personal information as private and personal. That is the object of the act. And all the provisions, Madam President, therein is based on this foundation. So you cannot, Madam President, go to Section 42, Madam President, and Madam President, I want you to bear with me, because the government, through the office of the President, I'm not dealing with who was the President at the time. If I was the President, maybe I would have done the same thing. I'm not on the President or the personality. I am doing the office of the President here. The government went to the office of the President, Madam President, and sought and got through with the proclamation of Section 42. Madam President, what does Section 42 say? Section 42 says, except as provided under any other written law, personal information under the control of a public body may only be disclosed, one, Madam President, for the purposes for which the information was collected or compiled by the public body, or for a use consistent with that purpose. And Madam President, the second section that was proclaimed reads as follows: for any purpose in accordance with any written law or any order made pursuant to such written law that authorizes such disclosure. So, Madam President, the government has ignored Section 4. The government has ignored, Madam President, a whole section that deals with what is called the general principles of privacy. There's a whole section called Section 6 of the same Data Protection Act that deals with the principles for the general privacy of citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, and is applicable to all persons, Madam President, who handle, store, or process personal information belonging to another person. This applies to TNTech, it applies to WASA, it applies to TT Post, Madam President. They cannot willy-nilly just provide information because the government says so. So, Madam President, I am arguing before you and this honorable House today, Senate that is, that the government is in violation of our constitutional rights, not only as enshrined in the Data Protection Act, even though those sections have not been proclaimed, and this is where the proportionality argument comes into being, but most importantly, the supreme law of the land is our Constitution, and the supreme law of the land protects me, safeguards me from any invasion and intrusion by any force and body. If you want to invade, come with a special constitutional majority. And I am protected in terms of privacy rights. Madam President, I want to turn to the valuation of Land Act. And I want you to follow where I am going in terms of what is called Section 14, I believe. Madam President, this is not saved law, you know. This is not the public health regulations of 1942. This is current law. Madam President, in Section 14 of the Valuation of Land Act, this amendment that I'm about to read was passed in an act of Parliament known as Act 17 of 2009. Madam President, we are not even 1942. We are dealing with 2009. That is after the Republican Constitution took effect in 1976. Madam President, at that time, the Parliament agreed in Section 14 to give the Board of Inland Revenue, the Registrar General, and the Registrar of the Supreme Court, and every other officer employed in or in connection with any department of government other than the department concerned with the administration of the Income Tax Act, shall at the prescribed time and in the prescribed form furnish the Commissioner such information in possession of their departments as may be required by the Commissioner. Madam President, when this was passed in 2009, it was specifically for these bodies, and they got the support in 2009. You know what is the problem, Madam President? The problem that we are dealing with today is that the government is seeking to add to those bodies that were approved in 2009. WASA, TNTEC, TT-Post. There is where the problem comes in. If you are going to add, and they are going to be requesting personal data, personal information on citizens of this country, that must be passed, Madam President, with the specific requisite constitutional majority in the Parliament. You cannot go otherwise. Madam President, I go further, and I turn your attention to this provision that gives me worry. Madam President, the bill in Clause 6, after it talks about the bodies that they have added, says, and I quote, "Such information shall be furnished to the Commissioner in the form as approved by him," that is the Commissioner, "and within the time frame prescribed by the Minister by order." Madam President, I looked at this bill. I searched for the form. I have not seen the form. So the government, Madam President, is asking us in the Senate to sign a blank check. We don't know what information that the Commissioner of Valuation will be asking WASA, TNTEC, and the Postal Corporation to supply, because we don't have sight of the form before us today. Madam President, this is unsatisfactory. This is unacceptable. This is indefensible. This is inexcusable. The government cannot take us for granted. If you want support, Madam President, for a measure, you must present good law. And therefore, we are asking the government, Madam President, to table the form. Table the form in this debate.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Table the form in this debate so we can understand exactly where you are coming from. So we serve notice. This measure is illegal. This measure is unlawful. This measure is unconstitutional. This measure is an invasion of privacy rights in Trinidad and Tobago, and we will not support it. And if you pass it, just like local government, that you want to postpone, explain that to the Privy Council, the High Court, and the Court of Appeal. You will have to explain this provision to the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Privy Council. Madam President. Madam President, with the limited time I have, I just want to do 2 small matters. Madam President, the matter of the oil pollution issue is one in which nobody can argue, because we have had several oil spills in our waters. The question here is not really just increasing the fines, and as Senator Vieira asked, if they don't pay, if it continues on a daily basis, you have, for instance, a system where once you disobey the law, you pay more fines. But there has to be enforcement. And I don't think we have a mechanism of enforcement. Too many vessels come into our waters and they dispose of waste, including oil. And we don't have any mechanism in place, as far as I know, to monitor these people and their vessels. So we end up, Madam President, being environmentally challenged as our waters become polluted and contaminated. And we are called upon to pay to clean up these spills. There should be a measure, Madam President, for those who have done the crime to pay for the cleanup. Why must Trinidad and Tobago get involved in that? Madam President, I don't support that. I think that we have a duty to allow these people to pay the fine. Or to pay for the cleanup, Madam President, of whatever they would have done. Madam President, this thing about the methods and the stores where dealing with the scrap iron people, we know this is a very serious matter. We know it is illegal, what is happening in many parts of that industry, and we know the consequences are very severe. The government has shut down the industry, and now they have come with a fine to increase the fine for stealing of metals and other matters. Madam President, the government needs to speed up its works on this matter. Too many people are on the breadline. Too many families are suffering. You need to take some urgent measures, Madam President, to restore that industry, regulate the industry. No one is arguing against regulating the industry, but you can't leave people on the breadline for so long at a time when you have so many people unemployed. So the government needs to come better than simply imposing a fine. They have to do a little better. Speed up this arrangement and get that industry cracking, because it can and it has provided employment for a lot of ordinary people in our country. Madam President, in closing, I want to tell you that these measures that are before us today will do nothing to bring about transformation, diversification, or any revolution in how we do business. The rich will become richer. The poor will become poorer. The last research that was done on wealth concentration and distribution in our nation shows that 90% of the wealth of Trinidad and Tobago is controlled by less than 3% of the population. We need to deal with these matters, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Senator Deyalsingh. Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake in this discussion today on the Finance Bill 2022. And this bill, it's an attempt to implement some of the fiscal measures that were mentioned in our recent budget statement that we had. So it serves, as I looked at different aspects of it where you have a host of other acts that we are looking at, a variety of acts that we were looking at to see different parts of it which we could implement to help the fiscal policy of the government. So I was a bit at pains trying to figure the connection, but I realized the Minister of Finance had to take from different aspects to put this together. And as he quite mentioned, and he mentioned that others would be coming in December to fulfill his mandate to attempt to, to maneuver through these difficult times. So we need to realize that in this finance bill, I see certain measures that I would definitely support, certain measures that I may have some concerns with, certain measures I was trying to come to grips with the rationale behind certain of the amendments. And I see it is filled with the waiver of outstanding liabilities. And some persons mentioned, this is a way of rewarding the tardy population who may be late in bringing their tax returns forward due to a variety of reasons. And we cannot just say it's COVID related, because even before COVID, we had amnesties occurring. And as the Minister of Finance stated, it did give us a great deal of revenue that came about. But be that as it may, I must say that the COVID brought persons with survival, in survival mode. Some businesses, some small businesses, struggling to make it. And again, this time I think it's worthwhile giving that amnesty further, where persons may have been under a condition, should I just fold up, declare bankruptcy, move on? Oh, I'm getting an amnesty, it may help me move forward. And I think any small business getting an amnesty which may allow them to stay in business is something that, I would commend at this stage. Also, I saw certain attempts to go after the environmental criminals, and I look at the persons who take part in the illegal timber and timber cutting of our deforesting, also the scrap iron industry, where Minister of Works and Transport had mentioned once that a sluice gate in Port of Spain was removed. So definitely individuals involved in this illegal activities definitely do not care about the effects that they are having on the rest of us who are suffering from floods, suffering from the effects of the global warming. And I think any attempt to go after them, any attempt to have greater punitive measures on these individuals, I commend. And I think this is something we needed to address. And we even have to look at what the Secretary General Antonio Guterres of the UN, he had mentioned that we are on a highway to climate hell with one foot on the accelerator. There's the high-level meetings where the world leaders are meeting to discuss the global warming. And I think the fact that the timber industry here is now being addressed and measures are being put in place is something I commend. So therefore, we just have to see what's happening in other parts of the world. We see what's happening in St. Lucia. We see the fact that with global warming, the fact that torrential rains will come because more water will condense. All these things are related to deforestation. All these things are ways that we have to move forward and address these. So I have to again thank the Minister of Works and Transport for meeting with residents of my area recently to discuss flooding issues. And definitely with this sluice gate being removed, I must say flooding is something we know it's going to get worse. The St. Lucia instance would show that Turkey had flood in Pakistan, a third of it was underwater. This is something worldwide we are dealing with. So we have to put measures in place, not just what's here, but even those building on the banks of the rivers, those building on the hills. And I look forward for further amendments and other pieces of legislation coming to us. So as I look at the finance bill, and I look at clause 2, which serves to increase fees payable under sections 3.2, 5.1, and 5.4 of the Commissioners of Affidavits Act. And I must say, Madam, this, the last time this was changed was in 1993. That's 30 years ago. 30 years ago, those fees, old fees were in place. And with this new attempt to increase the fees, and in an instance, I look at attempt to change section 3.2 by deleting the words $200 and substituting the words $400. Then in part B in section 5.1 by deleting the words 250 cents and 50 cents for each exhibit and substituting the words $10 and $2.50, etc. So I'm seeing an attempt, and I have no problems with the adjustments made because we are adjusting those fees that were applicable in 1993. Where I do have some concern, Madam, is the fact that the amendments that are attempting to be made to the firearms certificate or permit. And I see there is a lot of fees that were increased from firearm users license, firearm users license for shotgun, for employees certificate for shotgun, also for looking at the firearms dealer's license, gunsmith license, firearm disposal permit. All these are fees that came on board. So again, I have no problem with the fees being increased in the sense that, again, those fees were there for probably, I think, even 1993 also. Where I have a problem is when it was mentioned that it's like, the government is looking at a way to prevent the use of individuals, prevent individuals from getting various firearms and variations. And this is where I may just want to make a comment that, Madam, we are dealing in some dangerous times with home invasions. We see individuals coming into the home now where probably 8 well-armed individuals, very fit. Some instances have shown persons from the army are involved in certain of these robberies and invasions that occur. And these individuals are armed to the teeth coming into our homes. And definitely, I am saying that increasing the fees for license is one thing. But trying to do it trying to gain, to increase the fees to get revenue is one thing. But trying to look at getting an increase in fees or trying to change the mindset of persons wanting to apply for firearms, I know the government is under discussions with this. And I just want to beg to move that, persons out there would have found that somehow they would have rather been given a chance to defend themselves. And I just want to make mention to the fact that there are instances, madam, where I had a hardware owner who I knew, who spent years building his hardware, his business. And then another hardware opened further down. There was some 4 men in Muslim garb approached him one day telling him it's time to leave. And this guy now went to the police. He applied for a firearms user's permit and he was denied. And the police suggested he hire off-duty policemen to guard his place. So he felt exploited. And he migrated when these guys went to school one day where his daughter was, and he realized, hey, how could I protect my family? He moved on. There's another instance, a doubles vendor who work one day, basically get up every morning, 3 o'clock with his parents to make his doubles and sell. And then men came demanding he pay taxes to them. So he closed his shop. So there are individuals out there who unsuccessfully applied for firearm user's license. And I think it was in the past, they thought only a privileged class maybe allowed this. I grew up in a home where my father had judges over, and they all had firearms. I grew up with firearms there. Some of them would go hunting, some of them had their shotgun, some of them had their pistols. So I honestly try to figure what is government's hesitancy or problems with giving people firearms. It's just like a car. If I have a license, I can buy 5 cars. If I went through the checks and balances, madam, proper checks and balances. We have better checks and balances than the USA and other countries where we have to look at the permission from their spouses, psychological assessment, police come look at the place, you get police certificate character. So there are things in place. So I'm hoping that government would realize that, once persons have that checks, and you look at that, you kind of give those persons, because even trained policemen can have accidental negligent discharges. In 2005, a constable attached to the AKS was shot by a fellow officer. Then there was an incident, madam, where in Grand Bazaar, 2 police officers had a shootout. In April 2021, a police officer shot himself in the hand in Gasparilla Station while cleaning. So there were instances where even well-trained police officers would have had accidental discharges. Well-trained police officers who may have used their firearm. One in a New Year's night had shot it up. So what I'm trying to get through, madam, is that once there are safety checks and balances, I am thinking that we shouldn't use any piece of legislation to try to come down on individuals who all they want to do is protect themselves and their family. And you see, most people who ask for guns are not about advocating violence or callous disregard for life, but a safeguard for everyone facing violent threats and home invasions. So I'm hoping government will have a further discussion with this. I understand the minister did say about assault weapons, and the clarification has to become, he mentioned they are now going to clarify what is an assault weapon, and if it's like an AK rifle with certain caliber which could penetrate, all well and good. I have no problems with the government trying to restrict those, except for those who are in competitive shooting. But one has to understand, madam, having a pistol now with 8 guys coming into your home, you can't defend yourself with each of them have guns. You need something called a carbine pistol, which shoots off a lot of rounds. So this is something I'm just putting a plug in for the powers that be to understand. If crime was okay, if there were not home invasions, I would not see the need to try to push for this. But the present situation, I think we should seriously consider giving persons the right to basically defend themselves. I also now would like to go on to section 4, where we looked at the registration of clubs, waiver of taxes, and I have no problem with that, Madam President, in the sense that this again serves to get revenue, probably serves to keep businesses open who may have had problems during the COVID lockdown, persons who may have had problems with getting their books together. And I am wondering, at the end of the year, when business places have to hustle, get their accountants to put their books in order, that is a very stressful period for not only the accountants, but for the business persons. I worked at the Inland Revenue for a period of time as an accounts clerk, and I realized, why can't we have a system where we could scatter how these returns are coming in? Certain businesses at a certain size, mid-year, give them that, that is your deadline, and then scatter it further down the line for other businesses to help the staff and also to help those businesses who would be pulling their hair out to try to see how to get their business in order to bring in these deadlines. You see, amnesty is good, but having it as a habit would, create that level where people will think they can get away with it next year, and then it will just spill over to just a tardy populace, just not caring, that they have to do things in a time that being diligent to produce their books in order. It's just a scattering of it may be something to be considered. And also, Madam, I would like to look at Clause 5. And Clause 5 of the bill looks at oil spills. And again, this is very commendable, because what it seeks to do is to raise the fees that if there's any sort of spills from a vessel from $10,000 to $100,000. But, Madam, I think the amount of $100,000 is too little. And so while I commend the government for the increase, I think, no, we have not done enough there. We have not just done justice. And why I say that is, the pollution that is caused by an oil spill, it's expensive to mop up. It's expensive. It far, sometimes it costs millions of dollars. And while I commend the government on this, knowing that the fact that oil spills, any sort of oil spills and the mop-up operation is expensive and it's dangerous to the environment, I would like to quote Sarah Johnson's article in The Guardian, August the 13th issue, 2021. And her article actually brought international attention to the recent oil spills in the Gulf of Paria, and it was caused by a breach of a pipe belonging to Paria Fuel Trading Company. Now, the FFOS, Gary Aboods, highlighted the improper cleanup techniques of breaking up oil layer, causing it to sink to the ocean bed, entering the food chain. While Lisa Premchand noted no booms were used to contain the oil spill, and an oil dispersant was used despite established guidelines discouraging its use near the shoreline. FFOS must be congratulated, Madam, because you see, their request revealed there were 498 reported oil spills since the beginning of 2018, with the lack of prosecution from the authorities. So this attempt here in this bill is something I welcome, because this shows that now we are trying to get a little more serious about it. But you see, what I would like to bring out this, Madam, is that the Gulf of Paria in 2013, there were 7,000 barrels of oil leaked from Petrotrin's lines. And the company used something called Corexit, which is known to cause major health issues. And additional spills occurred up to 2017. And the company was fined $20 million by the EMA. So this $100,000 to a vessel causing a leak to me is too low. We have to keep up in time, because you see, this oil spill could cause major problems. You see, we have to remember there was a vessel, FSO Nabarima, which was a rusting storage facility filled with crude oil, was leaking in the water. So that occurred, and remember, those are hydrocarbons which are cancer causing. Fisher folk has to deal with equipment loss in nets, engine damage by oil spill. All these are things that they are fighting with. And the fact is, I would like to quote Imtiaz Khan, the president of the Calibre Fishing Association, who said, "We had a similar incident in 2018 in Orange Valley, and it negatively affected fishermen as fish prices went down because a lot of people were concerned about eating fish from the Gulf. 75% of the fishing in this country happens in the Gulf. There was a 2017 presentation by Acting Director of Fisheries Elizabeth Mohammed, who stated marine captive fisheries support around 40,000 persons. So government seems to be getting serious about the oil fields, but then we have to realize that I think more should be done. A UTT study in 2019 was done by Balgobin Ramub found high levels of carcinogen PAH, which is found in crude oil and vehicle emissions. And they found these in fish in the Gulf of Paria. So therefore, we don't have, Mr. Manin wanted an oncology center. We didn't get it. We had wastage of millions of taxpayers' dollars. That was a dream that medical personnel loved. But here we have oil spills affecting our fish, affecting our water, and affecting the cancer, that increase in cancer that we are getting in society. So I welcome government's move for this, but I'm thinking this 10,000, it should be more. This is a foreign vessel coming in here, and if we can charge our own countries petrol 20 million, that 100,000 has to be, I'm hoping could be reconsidered. I would like to look at the Clause 6, the valuation of lands, the commissioner valuation of lands. And in Clause 6, it seems to widen the information that the commissioner valuations could get. Now remember, he would be at odds sometime to get the valuation of certain properties if the owner is not given. And using the Postal Corporation, Wassa Electrical Commission may be a good idea, but again, as mentioned by Senator Wademark, we have to be cautious about the privacy issues, about the fact that other prying eyes, a clerk in an office may now see how many properties certain persons own. And you see that disbursement of information, more eyes see it. And Trinidad is a place where if you have these persons with your information out there at different areas, we have to be very, very careful it doesn't go into the view of criminal elements who may want to use it against you. I would like to mention that, as I mentioned before, the Clause 7 seeks to look at the illegal timbering, and I say I welcome this. I realize that we have to maintain the forest. We have to understand that we have a duty to play. Our carbon footprint, all these are things that we would have to look at. We were part of the Paris Agreement. So conserving the forest is something we need to look at. But madam, we really need more conservation officers. I think they're lacking 60 persons there, and even the range wardens, 40. So we need to complement. Yes, it's good to have this piece of legislation. Yes, it's good to increase the fine. But if we do not have the persons and the individuals to go out and find these places that are being deforested, if we do not have that team, that effort, then it's just piece of legislation in the law books and not really something you could act out. So we do need to get that going with more of these members of staff. We also have to realize that a reward system might be something we have to consider, where a hotline persons could call in and say, look, they are cutting down trees in this area, where you get a reward system for that. Just as how illegal quarrying and cutting trees, for years this has been a problem, and I always try to figure out why we can't, from aerial surveying, we would know certain areas. It's so easy. Now we have drones, certain areas, you can just put a drone out, look at a certain area and come back. And so it's not challenging, it's just a matter of getting the persons to do their job correctly. We have to realize with the deforestation, it's an economic loss when you have these flood and torrential rains. It causes social distress, loss of property. And remember, the world is experiencing a climate emergency. And the sudden rush of water caused by heavier rainfall in our mountains causes the destruction and flooding. So we need to trap this water. by the forest. We need to ensure that that we do our part, because we will be asking the minister to solve problems, but on the other hand, people are removing floodgates, people are cutting trees and causing that destruction. So if I know that it's going to affect me, I will be willing to pick up the phone, call a hotline and say, look, I am seeing this occurring, please come in and do, but we need the action. So we know a warmer atmosphere holds more moisture, paving the way for sudden torrential downpours. More rain is going to come. So we know that. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change latest study concludes that the Earth's temperature will reach a critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius within the next 20 years. This is frightening. So I think right now we each will have to play a part in our efforts to maintain our environment to be a safer environment for our children. Clause 8, I must commend the government for their efforts in the benefits of the personal allowance increasing, and this was something that throughout the years we have seen a gradual increase. So again, the man on the street will say thank you for that benefit. So right now you find that you don't have to pay taxes under a certain limit, and this is certainly a social benefit to those persons affected, and I think it will affect 300,000 persons who I think would be very grateful for this. So we have seen even in the UK challenges where their tax increase in taxes that they wanted to have, and the effects it has had on their leadership problems there. So definitely government's attempt to give the benefits of personal allowance is something I commend, and I think that's the right part to ease up some of the burden that persons may face with the increase in fuel prices. Looking at Clause 8 again, I have to mention the fact that the 2021, I think the minister had mentioned that 25,920 taxpayers actually used the amnesty, and we got $1.1 billion. So, yes, we may anticipate that we may get a good, like I think the minister anticipated $680 million that he's hoping to get from this other amnesty, and if it comes on board, it will help us. If it doesn't come on board with that amount, because remember, the COVID now would have destroyed certain businesses, so we don't know if he will, the anticipation he gets, if he gets it, it's to the benefit of the country. But you see, a lot of persons were saying, if I hire my accountant, if I am diligent, if I do my work and put my books and put it to the government, why must those persons who are late, who are, the slackers, the ones who are late with the taxes, why should they be benefiting for years, even before the COVID? So what could we do? Now, sometimes you give a tax, your tax return, and sometimes the government owes you taxes, and if they owe you taxes, they sometimes may not give it on a timely manner. Another instance, you may owe the government taxes. So a suggestion I have for those persons who pay on time, if government owes those persons taxes and after a year passes, you do not get a check from government, give us that tax with interest. If I owe you money and a year passes and you don't give me the final or the correct amount, you say that I owe you these taxes, start minusing some that I have to pay. Because it will now bring a level of fairness to those persons who put their books in time, that they are getting some gain from it. So this is something to consider, because I think we have to reward those persons who do their civic duty, pay their taxes on time, and not, and just look at the landscape where other persons are getting it. So this is something for consideration. I look now at the section 9, where the minister mentioned the value-added tax was amended, where now certain individuals will fall under a different bracket, and those individuals will not have to give off that the benefit, the value-added tax benefit. Now, in the other place, I heard the minister was saying that if you have to go after just to get 5,000 from some of these individuals, the cost of your staff going after these individuals, it wouldn't be cost effective. But I dare say, if we are going to get a better revenue authority, we would, and we are saying it'll be more efficient, I think that would have, somehow negated that fact you're just going after 5,000. But in this place, I heard the minister said that he was approached by certain businesses to help the economic situation. And I agree with that. If he was approached by those persons and he thinks it can benefit and let their business survive, I have no problem in supporting it for that reason, but not for the reason what I heard in the other place, that it mightn't be too beneficial or efficient or cost-effective to go after them. I come now, Mr. Vice President, to the scrap iron dealers. The clause 12, the Old Metal Marine Stores Act is amended in section 10 by deleting the words $15,000 and substituting the words $100,000. Now, this has been an issue that has been plaguing our nation, where you find there is a lot of noise out there by those scrap iron dealers who are trying to claim that the government is after the small man, the government is against them. But if you look and you take a church bell, if you take a sluice gate, this is a criminal culture we are now seeing there. Government had no choice to come down on those individuals. They had no choice. And you see, I would like to read in here, Mr. Vice President, the USA, there's a report called an FBI Reports and Publications, which the FBI sends out. And as far back as September 15, 2008, and I read, in the US, the FBI reports that critical infrastructure such as electrical substations, cellular towers, telephone landlines, railroads, water wells, construction sites, and vacant homes are being targeted and presenting a risk to both public safety and national security. Cooperatives are typically individuals, and this is what they said, cooperatives are typically individuals or organized groups who operate independently or in loose association with each other and commit thefts in conjunction with fencing activities and the sale of contraband. So it's not a simple little boy trying to get pieces of metal to sell or these things. So we have to look at what the FBI said. Organized groups of drug addicts, gang members, and metal thieves are conducting large-scale thefts from electrical utilities, warehouses, foreclosure of vacant properties, and oil well sites. So we have to be careful for any metal we have down south, for tens of thousands of dollars in illicit proceeds per month. The demand for copper from developing nations such as China and India is creating a robust international copper trade as the global supply of copper continues to tighten. Mr. Vice President, cable theft in the UK costs £700 million every year. So it affects people. It affected people's lives. Train journeys are delayed, cancelled. Sometimes villages have been left without telephone and internet for days. So when government made this decision, I supported them because, you see, I have to just read into you here that the industry is not just little hustlers trying to make a living, but is now a lucrative international organized crime enterprise. And no nation is spared from this fallout. Benson Nakwensu, writing in City Press, mentions Africa has problems with the asset stripping of copper infrastructure on an industrial scale. This shows how brazen and strong the criminal network has become. With these staggering financial figures and targeted sectors of our economy, it is compelling to characterize cable theft as economic sabotage. It is therefore clear that the scrap metal industry is in cahoots with cable and copper syndicates, given the rate of theft and destruction of infrastructure. Those involved in these criminal activities are not just lumpen working class people, they are big fish. And this is the nexus of many forces. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa used his Freedom Day address to condemn cable theft. Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta closed down the scrap industry. So therefore, we have to remember the theft of copper lines and infrastructure at entities like WASA, TSTT, and TNTEC has disrupted service across the country. So even at Mamaral number 2, a year ago, some villagers apprehended 4 men who were caught stealing copper cables. And Acting Commissioner of Police, MacDonald Jacob, announced that TTPS was offering a $100,000 reward for those saboteurs and cabinet active decisively in trying to stop this. So I thank the government for bringing this. I know that they had promised that they were going to try somehow. They had promised the president of Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Iron Dealers Association, Alan Ferguson, that they were going to somehow try to regulate the industry so it can become a legitimate form of income for people. So I look forward for this, because you see, the incoming material must be inspected. The origins and photographs of merchandise should be taken and recorded, along with the dealers needing to be licensed to export their materials. So I look forward to the government regulating the industry, and the interim measure it takes in this bill to increase the penalties is something that I think that I welcome, if we could curtail this criminal activity. So in conclusion, Mr. Vice President, I say I agree with the majority of these things in this bill. I have my hesitancy in the fact that I still think that we have to look at the firearms, the persons being afforded firearms to protect themselves, because 8 persons coming into your home, a pistol wouldn't take them down, but a carbine pistol would. If government has a problem with persons having, I'm not talking about the AK weapons, if they have a problem with carbine pistols, I'm saying you can have it for just home use. Shotguns or carbine pistols, where it's not allowed to leave your home except you have permission from the police to go in the range and come back. But we need to do something about crime, and I think firearm use is something, and I don't think people should be punished for owning a firearm.
you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. And I'm hoping, it's just about 0.3% of the population who has that application for firearms. And people, I remember the days when it's only selected few people were getting this. Judges, members of parliament, certain persons with connections, with the police service. So therefore, gone are the days when they should be, and everyone should have the equal opportunity to be able to purchase one, get proper training. And I'm thinking that the benefit of persons having it and staying in Trinidad and defending themselves would pay out from persons just wanting to pack up shop and migrate. And this is something I think we have to seriously consider. So, Mr. Vice President, I thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that the Minister of Finance has success in raising some of his revenue, and I look forward to his December part 2, where we will now be tackling further amendments. Thank you.
Nothing. Senator John, do you wish to speak? Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll be very short. I would like to thank the Honorable Dr. Varma Deyalsingh, Independent Senator, for those very kind words and his belief or his hope that we will be able to achieve what we plan to achieve through the fiscal measures. I am not an expert in firearms, Mr. Vice President, and therefore I am not sure what is the fundamental difference between a pistol and a carbine pistol. And I wouldn't even venture to try and go into that area. What I would simply say is that this debate is all about increasing fees, and the question of the issuing of firearm users licenses and who should get a license and who should get not, I would respectfully ask the senator to leave that for another day, perhaps a substantive motion or something like that. But I am not competent to speak about those matters. I simply want to say one thing with respect to what Senator Mark said. Senator Mark regrettably got his Privy Council cases mixed up. I understand, because there is a difference between Surat and Suraj. And the Surat case is an old case that looked at our constitutional rights, but Suraj, the case of Dominic Suraj with a J as opposed to Surat with a T, expanded upon and amplified the learning that the Privy Council determined in the Surat matter. And in the Dominic Suraj case, which is a 2022 decision, the point the Privy Council made, and it's a very interesting point, that if you have a saved law which dealt with a particular concept, and conceptually the Commissioner of Valuations for many, many years was empowered under law to access information from the Board of Inland Revenue, from the Registrar of the High Court, from departments of government. That is a pre-existing power or authority that the Commissioner of Valuations had. Conceptually, the gathering of information from WASA, TNTEC, and TT Post is the same. It is simply information on the addresses and other pertinent information that the Commission of Valuations will require for populating the valuation rolls. And the whole point of all of this is the purpose for which the information is required will determine the type of information, so that the Commission of Valuations will not be looking at how much somebody is paying on their WASA bill. That's irrelevant. What the Commission of Valuations will want to know is what do the records of the Water and Sewerage Authority say with respect to the owner or occupant of a property, the address of the property, the type of the property, and so on, whether it is a commercial building or a residential building, residential dwelling, and so on. So that is the type of information that the Commission of Valuations will be looking for. Similarly with TT Post. TT Post will have information on addresses, and they have more information, which is extremely helpful, which is GIS coordinates with respect to the owners of lands and properties in Trinidad and Tobago. So the GIS coordinates are going to assist the Commission of Valuations to cross-reference the information that the Valuation Division has already. Similarly, TNTEC will have information on addresses, owners, occupants, type of structure. And therefore, when the Commission of Valuations puts all of this together, the information already gathered by the Valuation Division, the information in TT Post, the information in WASA, the information in TNTEC, the information in the Board of Inland Revenue, in the High Court, and also in government departments, all of that will assist the Commission of Valuations to be as accurate as possible in determining owner, address, type of property. So that is the only purpose of the amendment. It is not for the Commission of Valuations to go and peep and see how much somebody is paying in the electricity bill and so on. I want to thank honorable senators, because I understand, independent senators of course, I understand that many of them came to the view that these matters were already fully ventilated during the budget debate. There is nothing in here that derogates or fundamentally changes the matters already discussed in the budget debate, and therefore, honorable independent senators, I thank you for allowing us to have a short parliamentary sitting today, and I beg to move.
Honorable senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions for a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. In accordance with Standing Order 57.2, I beg to move that the bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Minister of Finance.
Very much, Mr. Vice President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Ma.
Senator Leader. Senator Leader, please, that outburst is unacceptable. Are you going to apologize for that outburst? Because I think you should.
Madam President, I apologize for talking the truth and calling them cowards.
Senator.
I apologize sincerely, Madam President, for my comments.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I have brought a matter in the interests of the public and in the interest of transparency and accountability and openness as it relates to a fund that was established in 2012 called the CLICO Investment Fund. Now, Madam President, there is a document that governs that particular fund called the CLICO Investment Trust Deed. And under Article 19 of that trust deed, this particular fund is supposed to come to a close or an end sometime on January the 2nd, 2023. Now, in that said Article 19, the government has certain options. The government can, in fact, provide to the unit holders shares in Republic Bank Limited. The government can purchase the units from these units holders and therefore buy the shares. Or there can be a third party involved in the acquisition of these shares. Now, what piqued my interest was an article some time ago. I thought I walked with it, but I didn't see it, which was written by one Anthony Wilson, where he was talking about some challenges that were beginning to emerge, meaning as if there were some kinds of concerns from the market emerging as to exactly what the Minister of Finance, as trustee on behalf of the government, will be doing. How is the Minister of Finance going to exercise government's power in this particular event as this fund winds up? Now, we understand that there are some 204 million unit holders or shares, or let me put it another way, 204 units, Madam President. We understand that the government has in fact some 17 million of those units available to itself. So the entire CIF value is about 25% of RBL shares. NIF also has 25%. NIB has 20%. So the question that is being raised and clarification is being sought is exactly what the government is going to do. We are now in the month of November, Madam President. And on the 2nd of January, this particular fund supposed to end. So there's need for the government to give an idea to these unit holders exactly what the government is going to do with those units that I understand amount to close to 204 million, because the value of these units, as I understand, has fallen from the time they were issued. My information, they are about in value about $27 per unit. So if you have to convert that into shares, obviously it would be cheaper than when it was originally purchased at $31 per share, or per unit, I should say. So this is an issue that apparently caught the attention of one of the stockbrokers, and they too have issued a statement on the uncertainty surrounding this whole activity. I have no interest, I have no units, I have no direct interest in any of these units. But when I read this Anthony Wilson's article, I realized that something is happening, and there appears to be an interest in getting clarity from the Minister of Finance on this matter. And that is why I said I am going to raise it with the Minister of Finance through you, Madam President, so that the Minister can bring some degree of clarity to the market and to those unit holders. So the question that we are trying to clarify is, what is the Minister as trustee? Because the government is the trustee of these units and the actual fund. The government is in charge. They are the trustees of the CIF. And therefore, they have a very important responsibility to indicate. Because what Anthony Wilson was indicating is whether there's going to be a trigger code effected, whether the government in the final analysis will take control of Republic Bank Limited. Because as I said, CIF 25%, NIF is 25%, and NIB is 20%, which give you a tally of 70%. So the government needs to clear the air as to what it is doing. In fact, not being a stock market man, I did look at the price of the shares of RBL, and I saw just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was in the vicinity of $140 per share, $140. And just about a couple of days ago, it was at about 133. So there is some uncertainty in the marketplace. And therefore, there is a need for the government to clear the air as to what it is going to do. Is the government going to convert those units and allow the policyholders to have shares, which will be the equivalent of 25% of Republic Bank Limited? So the policyholders will become 25% owners of the RBL. Is the government going to pay cash and give some shares to the unit holders? Or is the government going to buy out the unit holders' shares and take the 25% shares of the CIF, along with the 25% in NIF, and with your control of NIB, trigger the takeover code, and Trinidad and Tobago government will be in charge of the Republic Bank Limited shares. So I think it's important as a nation for us to clear the air on behalf of these citizens and the country as to where we are going. As I said, Madam President, I am not a unit holder. I have no interest, but because of this article, it generated my concern, and I said I will bring it to the attention of the Minister of Finance so that there can be some clarification on going forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me just read the matter, lest people become confused or misled by the utterances of the Honorable Senator Mark. The matter is the need for the government to provide a status report on the provisions of Article 19 of the CLICO Investment Trust Deed, giving the impending termination of the CLICO Investment Fund. Now, Madam President, I do wish one day I would come into this honorable chamber and something said by Honorable Senator Mark would be true. Today is not one of those days. For the record, if one looks at the establishment of the CLICO Investment Trust, the units were given a face value of $25, not $30 or $31, as Senator Mark erroneously declared. I have no idea where Senator Mark gets his information from. In fact, I don't want to know. All I know is that it's always wrong. The value at which the CLICO Investment Fund units trading most recently is $28.54, so that the units are now worth more than they were when they were first issued under the CLICO Investment Fund Declaration of Trust on the 31st day of October in 2012, which is when Senator Mark was associated with a former government. so that when that trust was launched, the face value of the units was $25. Let me make that crystal clear. It's now $28.54, and there have been a series of distributions since then, dividend payments on the CIF units from 2012 to now. So I don't think it is fair to even insinuate that holders of SIF units have lost out over the period. Secondly, the information that Senator Mark gave on the value of Republic Bank shares, also wrong. The value of Republic Bank shares, Republic Financial Holdings Limited, the last sale trade was at $137.60, not $127, not $130, $137.60. So everything that Senator Mark said was incorrect. Thirdly, everything is contained in the Declaration of Trust, which was created by and put into the system by the former UNC administration. And I would ask Senator Mark, rather than coming here to carry on and speculate based on wild statements made by his journalist friend, he would read. So let me go into the records now. The CLICO Investment Fund was established by the government as a mechanism to redeem the 11 to 20-year series of bonds issued to holders of short-term investment products sold by Colonial Life Insurance Company and British American Insurance Company. The CLICO Trust Corporation was established as a wholly owned state enterprise and is the trustee of the SIF and is governed by a trust deed. The SIF is a closed-end fund comprising of 204 million units, which is traded on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. The fund has a life of 10 years, all of that in the document that was created by the UNC administration, which the Honorable Senator should have read, with a redemption date of January 2nd, 2023. The SIF consists of a mix of 40,072,299 Republic Financial Holdings Limited shares and government bonds with a face value of 702,867,000 with a coupon of 4.25% and a term of 25 years. Clause 19.1 of the Declaration of Trust Deed states that the trust shall continue until termination on the redemption date and upon full and final deposition of the deposited property, that is the Republic Bank shares and the government bonds, in accordance with Clause 19.2 of the Trust Deed, the 2012 Trust Deed. Clause 19.2 states that upon the trust being terminated, the trustee shall distribute the Republic Financial Holding shares, any other assets comprising the deposited property, and the fund income in specie. And if Senator Mark wants to know what in specie is, I may give him a lesson a little later, which is a Latin term meaning in actual form to the unit holders, provided that the trustee shall be entitled to retain out of any monies in its hands any part of the deposited property, full provision for all costs, debts, liabilities, charges, expenses, etc., in accordance with the termination of the fund. As at September the 30th, 2022, the SIF had 6,227 unit holders. In accordance with the trust deed, the deposited property, less the costs of winding up, is to be distributed in specie, which means in actual form, to the unit holders and will be allocated as follows. Unit holders will receive 0.1964 Republic Financial Holdings Limited shares for each unit held. This is calculated as follows: 40,072,299 Republic Financial Holding shares divided by 204 million SIF units. Further, Clause 19.2.1 of the Trust Deed states, where the distribution in specie of the Republic Financial Holding shares would result in fractional shares being distributed, the number of shares shall be rounded down to avoid any absurd result. It actually says that. The bonds will be similarly prorated and unit holders will be entitled to 3.445 bonds per unit held. Any residual amount due to unit holders resulting from the above distribution will be paid in cash. The last date for trading of SIF units on the stock exchange will be December the 30th, 2022. From the week of January 2023, the transfer of shares and bonds will commence. Once all transfers have been made and expenses paid, SIF will be deregistered from the stock exchange and wound up. During November, this month, the trustee, Clico Trust Corporation, will place ads in the newspapers advising of the closure of the fund. Letters will be issued to the Stock Exchange and the Securities and Exchange Commission, formally advising of closure of the fund on January the 2nd, 2023, and the lead broker will hold discussions with brokers of the unit holders in the transfer of shares. Those are the facts, not all those conspiracy theories uttered by Senator Mark in his usual manner.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the other matter that I would like to bring to your attention, and through you to the Senate's attention, is the failure of the government to effectively address the rise in serious crime in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, the reality facing Trinidad and Tobago today is one of fear. People are living in mortal fear in this land. Who is next? Where is the next bullet going to travel? Who will be murdered? People are apprehensive, Madam President. Madam President, I think at the last count, we were about between 515 or 520, right? Murders in this country, or just under that. And the trajectory, if it continues, if the government remains in the incompetent and clueless state in arresting this scourge, we are predicting, and the data is showing, we may end up with more than 630 murders in 2022. Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago is now classified as the 6th most murderous country in the world. Venezuela is number 1. And the rate that we are going, Madam President, under this incompetent, clueless, bankrupt government, we may just end up shortly under Venezuela. So, Madam President, since this government came into office 7 years ago, we have had some 3,466 murders, according to our count. 3,466. This represents, Madam President, about 29% of all murders.
President, 46-1, please. What is the source of this information?
You asking me about source?
Yes,
add up the numbers, man.
Senator Mark, continue. No. Senator Mark, please allow me to rule. Okay? So I'll ask you to continue.
Madam President, it is 29% since data began to be gathered in 1966. This is the highest amount of murders that have taken place within a 7-year period since 1966 in this country, Madam President. And the government is clueless. Madam President, you and I know that when we measure crime, serious crime in our country, we measure that thing called homicide, murders. And that is what is causing a lot of challenges in our country. Madam President, look at the psychological torture and fear injected into these children at Rose Hill Government Catholic School, RC School, some days ago. Look at what happened at Tranquility just a couple hours ago involving a principal. Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago, as Dr. Varma Deyalsingh said earlier, when this UN Secretary General addressed the opening of the climate conference in Egypt, he said that the world is traveling on a highway to climate hell. I want to just make the analogy and rephrase that. Trinidad and Tobago under the PNM is on a highway to hell if we do not take this man away from the steering wheel. The driver of this car, the driver on the highway that is taking this country to hell, Madam President, is the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator Mark, I have given you a lot of leeway, but I'm asking you please to dial back this rhetoric. Oh, please, no, let me finish. Please, all right? You're treating with a matter here, and I'll ask you to be sensitive about the matter and not be, just dial it back, please.
So, Madam President, the reality is that I am shaken like you because I live in fear, like so many citizens in this country. Somebody could break it into my home and murder me and my family because of how this thing is going in our land today. And when I speak, Madam President, I am speaking from the perspective of how the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are feeling today. They are living in fear. And I'm saying that the government has a duty to mobilize the resources of the country. They were elected, they are in charge, and they have to bring crime, especially homicide, under control. Madam President, we know some of the factors that are leading to it. It is drugs, it is the gun trade that is leading to this bacchanal in our country, the crime wave, the crime tsunami, unemployment among young people. Madam President, I told you earlier that the information coming out of the CSO shows that 137,000 young people between the ages of 15 and 29 are unemployed in this country, and opportunities are closing in on them. These, I'm not saying that is the factor, or that should be a factor leading people to commit crimes, but it does contribute, Madam President. And we are saying on behalf of the citizens that the government has to get off and do something properly to bring about a change. And don't come with no bail bill. Don't tell me about no bail bill. Those things are failed. They are failed. So, Madam President, here what I want to ask, I want to leave with you in closing. The government must become proactive. The government must take a preventative approach to crime. Provide resources where resources are needed. The Citizen Security Program, which was sponsored by the IADB, ended a few years ago. The government has never funded that particular program. A criminologist said recently that that program resulted in 40% reduction in serious crime in those communities where it was in operation. Mova, Lavantil, John, and Peter, and those places. So the government has a duty, Madam President, to take measures, to pump resources, to invest in the young people of our nation. Give them the opportunity. Give them hope, Madam President. And right now, we are in a state of hopelessness under this government. So I've brought this motion to give the government and the minister an opportunity to level with the population, to let the country know exactly what the government is doing, what new strategies they are employing, what new measures they are adopting to provide safety, security, stability. Madam President, human flight is on the rise. Capital flight is on the rise. Entrepreneurial flight is on the rise. Investors are not investing as they ought to. Foreign investment is not coming because of the crime scourge in our country. And therefore, we cannot continue how we are going, Madam President. Something has to give way. And I call on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to explain to this country this evening, this afternoon, what measures, what new strategies they are going to take and put into effect to ensure that there is a massive and radical reduction in serious crimes in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President. I ask the Minister to address those issues as we listen to his response. Thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much. Madam President, when one is speaking the truth, one doesn't have to shout, one doesn't have to be frothy, for truth is enduring and it has its own volume. The senator told us in his path that the Citizen Support Program is not operational and not funded. That is simply untrue, notwithstanding the froth. In fact, it is now executed under the name Building Blocks, very much alive. I received a report on that matter as recently as 2 weeks ago. So wrong as always, frothy, but wrong. We have many youth programs, starting with our seamless education system in this country, and we are satisfied, though always looking for more, being creative, looking for more, we are satisfied that there are sufficient opportunities offered by the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago to our young people so that they do not have necessarily to assume a lifestyle of crime. The Ministry of National Security is fully cognizant and deeply concerned with the state of affairs as regards serious crimes in Trinidad and Tobago. In particular, the murder rate, which I have been informed is mostly attributed to gang rivalry. In this regard, and on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend condolences to all the families and the friends of those who would have suffered loss of lives and otherwise affected by crime. I went to Enterprise recently and they told me almost every house on Enterprise Street over the last 15 years would have suffered the loss of some individual. The senator spoke about fear. Of course people are living in fear because dangerous guns and people are about. Murders, we need to have a good look at that. Some of them are domestic. We saw a few mornings ago in San Fernando. Difficult for the police to know in advance. I saw recently in Diego Martin, 2 brothers had a dispute inside the house. One said, go in and get a gun, go get it, come back and kill his brother. The gangland thing is generating the majority of the killings the police commissioner has informed us, especially in the possession of automatic weapons. And we are now finding, Madam Speaker, that legal weapons have emerged as a problem to us in Trinidad and Tobago. Because the Commissioner of Police informed me yesterday that 108 legally issued weapons have featured in serious issues gaining the attention of the police, including 4 murders. So where we had a problem with illegal guns, we are now having a problem with legal guns, but that is a matter for another time. The Ministry of National Security, through our law enforcement agencies, have been working to prevent crimes where we can bring those responsible to justice. To this end, concerted efforts have been made to bolster the capacity and the professionalism of the police officers. The TTPS has been channeling a substantial amount of its resources towards predicting, detecting, and deterring criminal activities. Madam Speaker, Madam President, I don't want to get into any statistical things because people are being murdered. It's a serious issue. It's traumatic. It's painful. And we are fighting the good fight. But the truth of the matter is, Apart from murders, all other serious crimes have shown downward trends. Woundings and shootings for 2021, they are less in 2022. Rapes, incest, sexual offenses, less in 2022. Kidnapping for ransom, 2 in 21 and 2 in this year, 2022. Insofar as, Madam Speaker, to be quite honest, in all other serious crimes, the figure is showing downward trends. And in so doing, the police is using contemporary and proactive policing strategies to respond to the crime situation. One of the things they have done is to call out all the officers who are on vacation and pre-retirement leave to boost the actual strength of the police service day by day in communities around Trinidad and Tobago. The police commissioner has introduced what he calls active direct patrols. I saw one in operation up to this morning, happily so. In this situation, scientifically driven, it is a scientifically driven patrol initiative that utilizes data from CAPA, and it maps out zones and beats, and it is guided by GPS data in geofenced areas, and divisional command centers have direct local control on what is happening, and they mobilize their resources accordingly. That is having great effect. They are having many more interceptions on the road, detecting guns, drugs, and criminals in transit, and it is working particularly well. It involves, of course, strategic positioning of static interceptor patrols. I saw them for myself on the job, and the police commissioner has been reporting their success, as I indicated to you. All along from Debe to Grand Bazaar on the Uriah Butler Highway, from the Valencia roundabout to the west along the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway, Audrey Jeffers Highway, and the Fort Shore, and I'm seeing them inside of Maraval now. And they're doing some very tactical moves. They stay on the spot for a time, they do a little patrol in the neighborhood, they respond to calls in the neighborhood, but they are there waiting for a call in case criminals are on the move. In the areas where we know there are some frequent home invasions within recent times, they are very present and paying attention to the persons and the vehicles that have come into their attention. Establishment of a traffic crime and detection unit. What used to be ordinary highway patrol, they have been given survival training, special kinds of training, armed and ready, and now they have been converted, the highway patrol, into what is known in the police service as a traffic and crime detection unit. When they arrest somebody, as happened 2 weeks ago on the road, and they find anything in the motor car, it's no longer just a ticket. Those very police officers get involved in a complete investigation. Recently, out of that, they went to a home and they found guns, and I am very impressed with that technique by the police in response to this situation. Madam Speaker, motorcycle patrols, the motorcyclists have been given similar training to those highway patrol officers, survival training, specialist police training, heavily armed and equipped, and now they are moving around in pairs in all of the communities, and they are under the directions for those patrols in the grid system and led by the divisional command centers that has sight of its division and dealing with it locally as opposed to from the central command center, which used to be the case. In terms of addressing gun violence, the government's policy has been, and the police service has adopted, a national firearm retrieval program, a collaborative program between the police, Customs and Excise, Defense Force, Immigration, several agencies working, sharing intelligence, and we are on a very sustained gun retrieval program, which has yielded over 500 so far this year, including 76 high-powered weapons. Madam President, evidence is always critical, so the Special Evidence Recovery Unit in Komuto is a one-stop shop. When they get seized firearms, they begin some of the ballistic testing within 48 hours. And where necessary, they send that now to the Forensic Science Center for further analysis and attention. And that situation, in addition to the police case management system, which they are now effecting and teaching across all their divisions, allow the police to get a certificate that it is a firearm within a matter of 48 hours, and in their case management arrangement, they can now prepare their files and be ready in 7 days. I've seen that, Madam Speaker, Madam President. And therefore, the delays in the criminal justice system that are themselves a problem to crime management in the country is being tackled by the police in that way. Madam Speaker, Madam President, I'm so sorry. Targeting of priority offenders on the basis of intelligence, the police are targeting specific offenders and making progress. We have introduced the gang resistance and community program, that is to say the GRACE, which is teaching police how to deal with gangland issues, specialist training where we know we have that. We are improving our CCTV coverage arrangements. Madam Speaker, we as a government are producing, and up to date, yesterday, I got the approval to acquire some more vehicles for the police service. Whenever they call for it, we make sure as a government and make the sacrifices financially to provide them with it. And I now have in my possession a document from the Commissioner stating that the police service is really with all the resources that it needs, and it's just to go out there and continue to this fight, so that this suggestion that the government has failed is in itself a failure. Senator Mark on this motion should be flatly rejected. I thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.